3 others would arrive, but only 2 arrived.
Indeed, my Lord, my apologies. Is that correct, Mr. Castillo?
Omdat in rechtsgestel volgens het systeem dat is 2 politiebeambten die bezoekers is. En zo zit er is ook om net 2 keer op de dag.
Dat is correct, my Lord.
And then your statement, your affidavit that you made to the police, that was only on the 25th of September 2024.
Die verklaring aan de politie was 20 gemaakt, want in september van het jaar 2024.
Dat is correct, my Lord.
Thank you. Now I am also on the same page. I am also on the same page. Thank you.
Het is hetzelfde.
You want to ask something?
Ik wil die clarity geven, om een rechtstelling, my Lord, daarvoor vraag ik apology. Die dag dat zij die prem gestoot het.
I just want to rectify. I'm sorry for that, but the day when she was pushing
Is oktober en september vakantie in 2023.
it is the September, October holidays in the year 2023.
Thank you. Thank you. I even left that one out. Thank you for that correction. Thank you, sir.
I inferred that it was in that school on the timeline
Yes.
as a result of the evidence of Natasha Andrews that indicated that Joshlin was heard during the same the interest to listen to it is that it was that's
Thank you. I want you to let us just deal with the report that you made, first to the Krugers and then to Mr. Fale on the 6th of March 2024.
Kan ons dit handel met die slag op die dat u aan die creërs en grootste stelling op de 7 maart 2024
No, my Lord.
Nee,
Die report is op maart, die 6e maart, dat ik het hulle dit vertel.
this report was given on the 6th of March.
6th March 2024.
7 March.
yes, it was the
Thank you. So, where were you supposed to work that morning? Tell us what happened.
Anders hoe jullie dat begin, kan ik erop zeggen wat gebeurde.
Where?
Waar zijn ze gewerkt? Ja, kan ik erop zeggen wat gebeurde. Maar
Kan je meer duidelijk geven?
on that Wednesday,
tijdens het laatste uur gaan werken,
the 6th of March last year,
7 maart van jullie jaar.
where you supposed to work on that day.
Waar moest die dag gewerkt?
Ik werk elke woensdag bij meneer Jack en zijn buurman.
And so, every Wednesday, at the neighbor of the child.
So, what happened that day? Tell us in your words.
Wat het hele dag gebeurt, kan niet voorop zijn in twee woorden.
Ik heb werk gegaan en ik heb met mevrouw Tersia aangegaan.
I was going to work when I went to discussion.
En ik heb die verhalen aan hulle vertel.
Then I related the story to them.
Terwyl hulle geluister het, het hulle onmiddellik gesê dat hulle meneer van Seil gaan doen.
Once they were listening, they said immediately they were going to call Mr. Fale.
Maar sy antwoord was dat hy alreeds laat was
And then he said it was already late,
en nog bezig om te stort.
was busy taking a shower,
So ek moet gauw nou oorkom
that I must come quickly to him
voordat hy werk toe gaan vertrek.
before he goes to work.
Gaan we aan van die toe gegaan?
Dit is de complicatie. The evidence chronologically. Is there a specific reason why Krueger would want to call Mr. Fale so that he tells the story to him?
As I hear, while the case is clear, women can say this is a call to the people okay.
Omdat meneer van Seil een rechtskenner is, my lord.
Because Mr. Fale is the person who knows the law.
You know what does the attorney or advocate or police, what is the situation? Do you know?
Can I begin by the decision real, yes?
Meneer van Seil is een staatsaanklager.
He is a prosecutor, state prosecutor.
So did you then go to Mr. Fale's house?
First taking that the woman can say,
We are definitief.
definitely, my lord.
And did you make a report to him?
Het iedere report moet gemaakt.
En het precies oorgedragen aan
I related it exactly to him.
Now, your testimony is he was already late and taking a shower. Was this a long discussion that you had with him?
Hier gezegd vanaf zijn laat, is al bezig met de storm. Het heel lang gesprek gehad.
Nee, dit was een aardklop.
Dit was speaking. No, it was speaking.
Why is it that on this day, the 6th of March, that you told that you made this report? Why is it that you told Mrs. Krueger?
Hoekom het u hierdie rapport aan mevrou Krueger van Joshlin Smith gemaakt die dag? Hoekom het u dit gedoen op die dag?
Ik heb op die dag, my lord, leiding gesoek om bij de rechte kanalen uit te komen.
I was looking for direction to end up in through the right channels.
And why specifically Mrs. Krueger?
Hoekom dan specifiek mevrou Krueger?
Sy is een onderwijzeres wat een goede verstandhouding met mensen heeft, my lord.
She is a teacher who's having a very good understanding of people now.
And after you now made this report, told these people, did you feel better?
Nadat die hierdie rapport gemaakt het, die mensen praten dat ik beter gevoel.
Ek het baie beter gevoel, my Lord.
I felt a lot better, my Lord.
Do you want to tell us why?
Kan ek nie van self kom?
Dit het my gemoedsrus gegee dat het by die regte mense sal uitkom om dit te hoor, my Lord.
It made me feel relieved that this will be told to the right people.
Thank you, sir. Now, except for these, I want to call it high watermarks incidents that you told us about.
Behalwe in die belangrike punte wat ek ons wil gaan vertel,
Did you ever encounter, see Miss Smith in your normal life in Diasville and in Saldanha? Did you ever encounter her?
het u al mevrou Smith gesien of gemoed in die normale lewe, byvoorbeeld in Saldanha, Diasville?
What stage do you want to go to witness to the event? Between 2016 and 2023, between 2023 and October to February to March and beyond. Do you want to break it up or just say to leave it as a general question?
My Lord, I was only intending as a general question, a general period, but if I can specify from the time that you met her, in 2016 at the funeral, up until, let's say, March, when you made this report. In that time, did you ever encounter her?
But for the instances that you really told us about.
Yes.
Vanaf die tyd wat u haar ontmoet het, tot en met die tyd wat u hierdie vraag oorgedaan het u vir mevrou Smith gesien?
Dis reg, my Lord.
And then what would happen in those occasions when you see her?
As jy byvoorbeeld in hierdie kere sien, wat sou gebeur?
Ons het 'n kort gesprek, nie baie lank nie.
We had a short conversation, not too long.
Were any of those instances where you so encountered her, did anything important happen on any of those? Was it just a general conversation?
Gedurende die kere, was daar enigiets belangrik bespreek of enigiets belangrik gebeur, of was dit net 'n algemene gesprek?
Dit was net 'n algemene gesprek.
General conversation.
Did you know? How did you know that Miss Smith had children so that you could ask her that morning in August 2023, where's your house and where are your children? Where are you going to, where are you coming from? How did you know that she had children?
Hoe het geweet dat mevrou Smith kinders sou gehad het? Toe u was op daar in Augustus, waar as haar huis en waar as haar kinders, het u geweet dat sy kinders gehad het?
Ja, my Lord. Op 2016 wat ek vir haar ontmoet het,
In 2016, when I met her,
het sy alreeds 'n seun by haar gehad
she already had a son with her.
en die dag wat ek haar geontmoet het, wat sy die prem gestoot het,
And on the day when I met her, when she was pushing the pram,
sy het 'n baba in die prem gehad
she had a baby in the pram,
en Joshlin wat saam met die twee dogters agter haar gestap het.
and Joshlin and the two daughters walking behind her.
Thank you, sir. Do you know?
It's very fine. structure behind the blue structure which built on that morning. I remember that was before the September October school holidays, the parents. That morning you asked her about your children.
Die ochtend kan Augustus is wat weer is op Facebook. Dat is die ochtend voor die September vakantie.
Now, we know that you were aware from 2016 that she had a son with her at the memorial service.
Die het laat die gesê het sien na die dag van Augustus.
That's correct, my lord. I apologize.
It was translated earlier on as a funeral service, but you called it Afrikaans as the Tuesdays.
Die tegen in Augustus.
That's correct, my lord.
That is why I call it the memorials. So now you knew about the son, but you told us you asked her about the children who were on that morning.
Die het net gedaan aan die seer, maar die die van die vrou wat kinders en die Here
So can you explain that?
kan die dit bereken. Die kinders is seer, maar ook society van kinders kan dit bereken.
In die loop van die tyd en 8 dae,
As time was progressing along,
terwyl ons die kort gesprekkies gehad het,
whilst we were having these short conversations,
het sy melding gemaak
she made mention
dat sy kinders het.
that she has children.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you know Buddha?
Can we for Buddha Sasnamyan?
Hoegenaamd nie, my lord.
Not at all.
Do you know Stefano van Rams?
Can we for Stefano van Rijn Sasnamyan?
Hoegenaamd nie, my lord.
Not at all.
Do you have any reason whatsoever that you would want to get Ms. Smith, accused number 3, or any of the accused before court into trouble?
Het die enige rede om vir mevrou Smith of enige van die skuldiges het enige rede om vir hulle in moeilikheid te laat beland?
Hoegenaamd nie, my lord.
Not at all.
And lastly, do you have a cellular phone?
Het is hulle
Dis reg, my lord.
Do you participate on social media? Facebook, TikTok, those things?
het die deelname met social media, bijvoorbeeld TikTok, Facebook, WhatsApp, alle
Hoegenaamd nie, my lord.
met het allemaal.
Thank you, my lord. That is the evidence of this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Harrison, any questions?
I'm glad I have questions.
Ms. Kabai, any questions?
Only my lord, I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Sigarai.
My Lord, before I proceed, may I approach the question?
Certainly at the same time, I'm going to ask that somebody just adjust the height of the microphone.
Thank you, my Lord. Thank you, my Lord. Sir, can you recall on how many occasions you would have met accused in the plea?
En u onthou op hoeveel geleenthede u discourse nommer 3 ontmoet?
Ons het zelden oor die jare ontmoet.
We seldom met over the years.
And you say each time you met, you would have very brief conversations.
U sê elke keer as julle so ontmoet, was daar 'n kort gesprek.
Dat is reg, my Lord.
Correct, my Lord?
Would you say that you know accused number 3 well?
Sal u geloof en sê dat u discourse nommer 3 goed ken?
Oor die jare het ons 'n verhouding gehou, my Lord.
Over the years, the Lord created a relationship.
No.
Build a relationship.
Excuse, can you repeat?
Over the years, we built a relationship.
Thank you. And yesterday when you testified, you told us that you first saw accused number 3 in 2016 and thereafter only in August 2023. Am I correct?
U het gesê u is verligte vir die eerste keer so ontmoet het in 2016 en weer vir 'n gesê. Die res
Dit is correct, my Lord.
But say you tell us that you did meet in between social period or in the period.
so u het gesê u is vernoot dan gedurende die word mekaar ontmoet.
Zelden, maar oor 'n lang tydperk.
Seldom, but over a long period.
Where would you meet her?
Waar sou u vir haar ontmoet?
My Lord, ek het daar buite die nederzetting langs die veld uit die pad ontmoet.
I saw her at this setting in the road.
Mr. Smith,
Settlement in the road.
do you mean on these other occasions?
That is correct, my Lord.
But for August,
But for this occasion, for when the days that you mentioned, on occasions that you did not tell us about.
then just make it clear that that's what you mean in the question.
Thank you, my Lord. In the times in between, when you did see accused number 3, where were you?
Gedurende die tussenin, as u discourse nommer 3 gesien het, waar sou u haar gesien het?
Dit is op die straat waar ons by mekaar loop.
Where we pass each other.
And did you, but you already told us you don't know accused number 1, is that correct?
Maar u het laat jou gesê, u ken nie discourse nommer 1, is die res.
Dit is reg, my Lord.
Were you aware, you say you knew her quite well, were you aware that she was involved in a relationship with accused number 1?
Was u bewus dat sy in 'n liefdesverhouding was met discourse nommer 1?
Sy het aan my vertel in 23 Augustus dat die kinders in Boeta se sorg is.
She told me in August of 2023 that the kids were in the care of Buddha.
Was that all she said to you?
Was het al wat sy gesê het?
Dis correct, my Lord.
has raised their hand, but I don't want us to have a back and forth. Does she have a pen and paper?
I have the paper with you.
Can you just supply something to supply some paper, pen, pencil? Ms. Smith, just make notes of the issues you want Mr. Caesar and I to raise to the witness.
Iemand moet smaak in verband dat nie vir Krueger sê dat hy moet aan
And then I will give you an opportunity to have a word with Mr. Caesar and I on the issues that you want to raise. Otherwise, we will have constant back and forth. I just wanted to, whilst there is introduction, I want to clarify something. Now, in 2016, when you met Ms. Smith at the memorial service, you don't have to give me the address, but in which general area in Saldanha were you living?
die tyd toe die Christmas in 2016 ontmoet het, in watter area die waar en watter area was die achter in Saldanha.
Ek was woonagtig in de matrix. In Hopland, in matrix 24.
So we know Oakland is the general area, because we heard that from there. So from 2016, you stayed in Oakland all the time.
Die het by gewoon van 16 in Hopland.
Dis gelijk my nou.
Were you aware in the initial interaction with Ms. Smith, in which area she was designed?
Toen
You
jy
were
die Christmas die eerste keer ontmoet, was sy bewust van watter area sy woonagtig was?
Ja, my nou.
Jy kan dat opzet.
Sy het in Oesterstraat en sy gaan bly.
She was in Worcester Street.
and which area?
En watter gebied is die Worcester Straat?
Dit is naby die hoërskool in Jasper.
Close by the high school in Diasper.
And on some of the other occasions that you met her, were you aware where she stayed during those periods? Not the August 2023 one. On the other interactions you had, were you aware where she stayed?
Die ander geleenthede waar die was ontmoet in Augustus in 2016 het nie geweet waar sy woonagtig was.
Nou my nou.
I've asked you these questions to clarify the aspect that you indicated that you need on the street.
Thank you.
So when you say that you made on the street, we become aware during the course of this trial that there are different areas in the Saldanha area, the bigger Saldanha area, including Oakland, Middelkoos, Diaspo, etc.
Gedurende die verhoor het opgekom daar verskillende gebiede is in Saldanha, bijvoorbeeld Middelkoos, Hopland.
Dis gelijk my nou.
That's correct.
So when you say you made that on the streets, do you recall in which area you would have been?
As u sal sê, ek het gewoonweg in die pad gekry, kan u onthou in watter gebied u in die pad sal kry?
Ek het daar ontmoet my nou by Mubarak.
Ek Mubarak en met hom.
waar sy die prem gestoot het.
where she was pushing this friend.
I don't want there to be confusion. I'm talking about the period between 2016 and that cold morning of August 2023. We know the plan was in the September-October holidays of 2023.
Wil je het met elkaar over, want die periode wat ik daardoor van herinneren is 2016 en met 2023.
So over that 7-year period between 2016 and 2023 August, you told us you met almost seldom, and you just had this general conversations. It was also during that period that you became aware that you had more than one child.
Gedurende die periode van 7 jaar van 2016 tot 2023, wat je zo ontmoet het in de pad is, betekent ook wat je nog gesteld hebt als die andere kinders hadden.
And these encounters were on the street when you were bumping to her.
En hier ontmoeten zal in de pad is wat je met haar gepraat hebt.
So what I want to know is, where do you know, can you recall, where these encounters took place when you would meet on the street? For example, I'm not saying it was the case here, people would bump into each other at a shopping center. Some people that like to go to malls, they would regularly meet people in the mall who are hairdressers, etc.
Jawab saya ibu kan ibu tahu wanneer je bahasa die ontmoet het, maar ook wat nog voorbeeld dat ze bijvoorbeeld mensen was met elkaar raaklopen.
Of course, looking at your face, it's unlucky you meet people at hairdressers. Do you understand this?
Verstaan je mij?
Yes, dis my God.
Can you help us?
Kan die verlof van jou?
Ons het nooit by plekke ontmoet, maar ons het altyd op die straat het ons aangeloop mekaar.
We never met at places, but we will meet each other in the street, walking.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. I'm interrupted.
Thanks, Melanie. Would you say you and Krueger are really friends?
Sal u sê dat u in die stilte met 3 vrienden was?
Ons het 'n goeie verstandhouding met mekaar gehad.
We had a good understanding.
Yes, were you friends?
Was die vrienden?
Ons het mekaar gekool homies.
We used to call each other homies.
And if I understood you correctly, you were only meeting Krueger by chance.
En as ek veel goed verstaan, dat u was kind nummer 3, betekent per geluk ontmoet.
Did you exchange phone numbers?
Het u julle selfoonnummers van mekaar gegeven?
Hoegenaamd nie.
We had a call van
My instructions are that my client never met you at the memorial or funeral service in 2016.
beskuldigde instructies aan mij is dat sê in wait ontmoet by het was die smokbegrafenis in 2016.
Dit is nie die gevaar.
That is not the position.
My instructions are that she did meet you around the year 2015 or 2016.
Sy moes die ontmoet het in die jaar 2015, 2016.
But that was in a place called Oakland.
But that was in a place named Opland.
Dis nie die waarheid, my Lord.
That's not the truth, my Lord.
This memorial service, the tourists, can you recall exactly where that was, 2016?
Kan u onthou waar die troosdiens sou was?
Die troostdiens was by Vraaghoofstraat 399 in Joshlin.
The memorial service was at number 399 Vraaghoofstraat in Joshlin.
Thank you, my Lord. Yesterday you told us that you also are into construction. Is that correct?
U het gister gesê u doen ook bouwerk, is dit reg?
Dis reg, my Lord.
My instructions are that my client met you in either 2015 or 2016, where you both were employed and assisting in building RTP houses.
Die instructie van beskuldigde nummer 3 sou wees dat tussen 2015 en 2016 dat hier ontmoet waar u bezig was aan bouwwerk met de opwijzing, dat hier bij beide gehuurd was in de ombouw van opwijzing.
Dis nie die waarheid, my Lord.
It's not the truth, my Lord.
Were you ever employed or involved in that project?
Was u al betrokken, was u gehuurd in een project?
Ek was nie gehuur of employed in die project.
I was never employed or involved in this project.
My instructions are in the time that accused 3 met you, she would only greet, and that would be the end.
The instructions that this person will be so say, die tye wat jy sê van die soort van middel van voorsien het, so dit groep is die einde van het.
Dis nie die waarheid, my Lord.
That's not the truth, my Lord.
She will tell us that she never had any conversation.
Sy sal het nog order dat sy geen stadium met meer gesprek gehad het.
Dis nie die waarheid.
That's not true.
When was the first time, or on what date did you become aware that Joshlin went missing?
Wanneer het u bewus geraak dat het Joshlin vermis was?
Ek het die 20ste maart, Februarie verskuldig gegeven, by 'n vriend gehoor dat 'n kind weggeraak het met rippers.
On the 20th of February, my Lord, I heard from a friend that a child got missed or got lost in Middle Coast.
And besides this hearing that it was a child, did you get any other information?
Behalve dat het kind was in een gekry?
Nie my Lord.
No.
And when did you discover that that child was Joshlin?
Wanneer het u bewus geraak dat die kind so Joshlin was?
By die loop van die tyd tot die 3de maart, wanneer die gemeenskap saam waar het haar ingekomen en besef dat het die Joshlin is.
As time was going on, my Lord, and on the 3rd of March at the church, that's when I became aware that it is this Joshlin.
And you testified yesterday that upon discovering it was Joshlin, you then informed your wife about what you knew.
Het gezegd toe dat u bewust was van die Joshlin. Het u dat dan ook aan uw vrouw gezegd?
Sy het onmiddellik gerespond by hom, sy gaan nie deel raak van die saak.
She immediately responded, my lord, that she will not be part of this case.
Did you inform your wife on the same day that you discovered that it was Joshlin?
Het u dit aan die vrouw gezegd, dezelfde dag toen u bewust geraakte dat het Joshlin was?
Toe sy nie instem om te luister, het ek onmiddellik gestop met 'n gesprek met haar.
When I realized she was not interested, and then I stopped with my conversation with her.
What was the purpose of informing your wife about this?
Wat was de reden om die vrouw daarover te vertellen?
Dit was die ontdekking wat ek gemaakt heb aangaande die getuienis van Augustus 2023.
That was because of the discovery I had about the conversation of August 2023.
What I'm trying to find out from you, sir, what were you hoping to get out of this by informing your wife?
Maar ek wil uit van wanneer u gedink is so uitkry as u dit aan die vrou aan u eegenoot oordra.
Sy is die naaste, sy is die vrou en ons het geen geheime van mekaar.
She is the closest and she is my wife. We don't have any secrets between us.
And would I be correct if I were to say that it's also because you had some vital information and it was something that needed to be attended to, it concerned you?
Sal het dan reg wees dat u 'n belangrike inligting gehad en dit is as iets wat u gepleit.
Dis reg, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And I was telling you about you were hoping that the two of you could maybe find some way to deal with the situation.
Aangezien u dit aan die vrou sê dat u hulle so moes 'n moontlike manier gekry het om hiermee voort te gaan. Om het
Sy het gerespond deur te sê, sy gaan nie deel hê aan die saak.
She responded by saying, I don't want to have a deal in this case.
And that's when you then decided to not pursue it any further.
U het toe besluit te gaan nie verder voor daarna.
Dis reg, my lord.
And all the concern the concern that you had and the necessity to say to someone what you had then followed.
En die nodigheid dat u dit so aan iemand anders sou vertel, die veiligheid en dit u dit moet laat gaan.
Dis reg, my lord.
Besides your wife, and obviously on the 6th you told Ms. Krueger, besides your wife, did you mention to anyone else between the 3rd and the 5th of March?
Gedurende die 3de en die 5de of 6de maand, behalwe die vrou het iemand anders daarvan vertel?
No, my lord.
Nee, maar
Well,
hoekom nie?
Want enige inligting of valse gerugte versprei word die persoon onmiddellik aangekla of in hegtenis geneem.
Because, my Lord, for any information or false information a person may spread, a person may be charged with it, criminally charged with it.
Your answer doesn't make sense because you are reading, you would have told the police something that came directly from the accused from the thing, right? Your answer does not make sense because you would have told the police something that came directly from the accused from the plea.
Die antwoord wat die sin want die kon dit in die polisie opstaan dat die reg van besluit om 3 af te kom.
Sien waar
That's what correct, my Lord.
So, there are two components to the statement. First was that the answer makes no sense. I want the witness to respond to that first.
Kan u eerstens antwoord in het geval waar weer sê, dan klaar dit is, kan dat niet gesê dat die betekenis van die sin en die is daarop reageer.
is nog het
The second part is that you would have told, if you had told the police, you would have said that Canada came from Houston free. So there was no risk in telling the police that's implied in the question.
But it was real relevant to say that as the police so said that the red van besluit nummer 3 af praat was daar toe dat geen risiko is. Nee, jy maar
Why didn't you go to the police?
kom as jy in die polisie toe.
Het was bij hulle majoor
Went to them alone.
en hulle reactie was,
Their action was,
hulle soek nie geskrifte nie, of getuienis nie,
they don't want written evidence.
maar ek kan direct uitwys
Our has been in a position to directly point out
waar die kind is,
where the child is,
sodat hulle haar onmiddellik kan gaan haal.
so that they can immediately go and fetch it. My Lord.
It's a trade for
Thank you, my lord. When exactly did you go to the police?
Wanneer het u eindelijk naar de politie toe gegaan?
Dit was die woensdag
It was the Wednesday
na die verdwijning van Joshlin.
after the Joshlin got lost.
Can I just clarify which Wednesday is that? We know that there was the 21st would have been a Wednesday, the 28th would have been a Wednesday, and we know the 6th of March was a Wednesday. So which Wednesday after the disappearance of the
Wanneer
that was spoke to the police?
wat er woensdag kan die woensdag wat die hof nog weer geweest het, was niet vandaag geweest.
Dit is die woensdag nadat ek haar herken het, of die storie gesien het by die gemeenskapstafel, dat ek dit onthou, en die volgende woensdag daarop.
The Wednesday after I organized it at the community hall, and I became aware, the Wednesday after that church.
Now we know that that Wednesday was the 6th. Watch.
Die woensdag na die kerk sou die 6 Maart is.
So was it before you told Ms. Krueger and Mr. Fale, or thereafter?
Was het voordat u juffrou Krueger en meneer Van Zel vertel het, of was het daarna? After my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. Okay, we've established it was afterwards now. But are you certain that you went to the police or did the police approach you?
As is zeker dat u naar de politie toe is, of de politie naar u gekomen?
Ik is zeker, my Lord, ik heb naar hen gegaan.
I am sure, my Lord, I went to them.
And what happened at the police station? What happened at the police station?
Wat het ook gebeurd, wat de plaats van de politiestatie?
Hulle het geen verklaring gevat. Hulle het net gesê, hulle gaan iemand uitstuur om my storie kom aanhoor.
They didn't take a statement. They said they would send someone to come and listen to my story.
Yes. Anything else?
Nog iets anders?
Tot vandaag toe het niemand opgedaagd om my verklaring van die politie kom doen.
Until today, my Lord, no one came from the police to come and take the statement.
But you know that a statement was taken from you on the 25th of September 2024. Who took that statement?
In September van het jaar 2024 is daar kennis dat de verklaring bij u gaan was. Wie heeft de verklaring bij u gevat?
Na die verschijning van 16 september het ek meneer Van Zyl gesê ek is bekommerd dat niemand kom uit om my verslag te kom opneem. Toe het gesê hy gaan meneer Lombard na my bestuur wat onmiddellik die 25ste september gekom het en die verslag gekom het.
After the appearance of the appearance on the 16th, I told Mr. Van Zyl I was worried, was concerned that no one came to me to take a statement. That's when he said to me he's going to speak to Mr. Lombard. After Mr. Lombard, he spoke to Mr. Lombard on the 25th of September. Someone came to take a statement.
So you spoke to Mr. Van Zyl on more than one occasion.
So he weer eens keer met Van Zyl gepraat.
Meneer Van Zyl is my werkgewer.
Mr. Van Zyl is my employer.
Let me be more specific. Regarding this incident, you spoke to Mr. Van Zyl about this incident on 2 occasions.
En verband met een incident heeft u met meneer Van Zyl 2 keer al gepraat.
We know about the 6th of March, and we know about after the 16th, or after the 16th of September. But during the period, about 6 months that you were still working, were you working at Mr. Van Zyl's place?
Vanaf de 16e tot de 23e heeft u nog bij meneer Van Zyl gewerkt.
And during that period, did you have any discussions with him about this matter?
Gedurende die periode en die tyd het u 'n gesprek met hom gehad in verband met hierdie voorval.
No, my Lord, that's why I'm being worried.
Nee, julle maar dit het u bekommerd gemaak.
So if I understand you correctly, if you had not made inquiries the police never will come and take a statement.
So in andere woorden, als ik op instaat en aanvraag gaan doen het bij de politie, zo die politie naar me terugkomen voor die verklaring.
Yes, my lord.
When you eventually had the opportunity of making a statement, did you include this bit of information that you had been to the police and that they had told you they're not willing to make a written statement?
Toen u die verklaring toe aflegde, het u geleden gehad om een verklaring aan te doen dat hier was de politie, hulle was bereid om een verklaring te doen.
Yes, my lord.
Dat is correct.
And did you have an opportunity to look at your statement before you gave evidence either yesterday or today?
Voordat u zo gisteren begin of vandaag met uw getuigenis in hof, heeft u de kans gehad om hier die verklaring te gaan?
Yes, my lord.
And you still recall what was contained in that statement?
So u kan nog onthou wat de inhoud van uw verklaring was.
Yes, my lord.
Was your statement read back to you after it was made and you were satisfied with its contents?
Nadat de verklaring gelezen was, was het terug aan u gelezen als u tevreden van de inhoud?
Yes, my lord.
Would you then agree with me that this about going to the police is no way
Zal u dan samenstellen die punt wat u zei hier was bij de politie de verklaring gebruikt, bestaan in de verklaring?
Yes, my lord.
Did you not think that this was a situation or matter that needed to be attended to urgently?
Het u niet gedink hierdie punt was een punt dat moet ernstig opgenomen worden?
Yes, my lord.
Dat is correct.
But you still only mentioned it to your wife and decided to just leave it once she told you not to get involved.
Maar u heeft net aan die vrouw gezegd, u besluit dat het maar laten gaan, en gezegd dat ze wel liever betrokken waren.
Ons stem 100% ek my vrou met mekaar assosieer, nee, dat is een nee, en as 'n ja, is dat 'n ja.
I do know. Thank you.
I'll just explain the witness right to the exercise. Mr. Lucia will make a full speaking. These no visuals, everything is described in words, and that is why I want to illustrate so that I can record it for the
Thank you, Mr. Accused on the plea will deny that she was said
Verskillende maniere sal stryd dat sy moet gesê het.
Dis nie waar my Lord.
That's not true, my Lord.
She will also deny that she ever met you when she was in the company of her children and pushing a friend.
Sy sal ook sê dat stryd dat sy hoe sê dat kinders was dat sy vir ontmoet het sy die vriend gesloot het.
Dis nie waar my Lord.
That's not true, my Lord.
She will deny that she ever met you on a cold morning.
Sy sal verder stryd dat sy vir u koue oggend sal ontmoet het.
It's not the truth, my Lord.
Dit is nie waar nie, Here.
My instructions are that during the times 22 or 10 to 7, she's usually preparing breakfast or getting the kids into school.
Sy sê gedurende die tyd tussen 10 voor en 7, 5 voor en 10 voor 7, as winter besig om aanbied te voorberei vir die kinders.
It's not the truth, my Lord.
Dit is nie waar nie, Here.
I'm also instructed that it's not possible that you could have met her during the school holidays with the children, or more specifically with Joshlin.
Sy sê dit sal ook nie moontlik wees dat u so vaar ontmoet het met haar kinders gedurende skoolvakansie, voornamelijk met Joshlin.
That's not the truth, my Lord.
Dit is nie waar nie, Here.
She will tell us what that every school holiday Joshlin spent with Natasha.
Sy sê verder, elke skoolvakansie sal Joshlin die tyd deurbring met Natasha.
It's not the truth, my Lord.
The court will just bear with me. My client also denies that she ever showed you where she is.
Die cliënt sal sê stryd dat sy vir u gewys het waar sy woonagtig is.
It's not the truth, my Lord.
Dit is nie waar nie, Here.
You told us that when you met accused number 3, or when I asked you if you knew about accused number 1, you said accused number 3 told you that that morning she had left the children in Kota.
Daar was 'n vraag aan u gevra of die beskuldigde nommer 1 ken. U het geantwoord dat in die oggend toe u beskuldigde nommer 3 ontmoet, het sy aan u gesê dat sy die kinders in soort van boete gelaat het.
It's correct, my Lord.
Is correct?
You did not know who told us at that time.
Daar is dat het enige gebied die te is nie.
Nog nooit gezien of van gehoord.
Never saw or heard of.
So, you did not know who she was involved in a relationship with, you did not know where she resided, you did not have any contact details for her, yet you claimed to be her friend.
U het nie geweet met wie sy verhouding gehad het nie. U was nie so goed dat sy woonagtig is. Jy het ook nie telefoonnummer gehad nie, maar u het ook gesê dat u dat sy vriend is.
That was not the evidence of the witness. It was asked of him whether she was his friend, to which he responded, ons het 'n goeie verstandhouding gehad.
Would you like to reply to the objection?
Thank you. I am subject to correction, but if I recall correctly yesterday, he did say that he and accused did become friends.
Yes, but you cleared it up this morning.
Yes, sir. But he said it's not true what I heard from him.
No, I'll take it back to my notes.
Thank you, Lord.
It was in 12 and 13. Question your statement to the witness. You asked him whether he would say they were friends. In other words, whether he would call his friend. And he said that he would understand. Who's going to consider something? Follow it up by saying that they call each other homies. Whether homie somebody that is from the same area, therefore, and the context of your own questions and the answers to that were that there are numbers, you could change numbers, they would go on experiments together, reading, paraphrasing what he said, because they only need each other by chance.
Thank you. So perhaps you can explain that when you told us that you were 53 were homeless, what did you mean by that?
Kan u dan verduidelik as u sê u beskik van die mekaar genoem homies, wat bedoel u daarmee?
Maar ons kom van dezelfde dorp, daarom is ons Namakwalanders.
We come from the same town, that's why we are from Namakwaland. We are Namakwalanders.
Yes. So, what did you mean by you being homies?
Then what bedoel u dan sê jy is homies?
Ons is van dezelfde streek.
We're from the same region.
So if I understand you correctly, you say that you're homies because you're residing in the same area.
No, because they hail from the same area.
Thank you, Lord.
So it's the same region, and that's called Namakwaland.
Thank you, Lord.
And particularly from the same town, that's called Spindle. That's how I understand it. But certainly I think in different areas they would refer to that relationship differently. But the question is whether I can accept and take condition notice of that only is the same word for referring to people coming from the same area. So to me, I don't know whether the parties have any input into it. Can I accept and take judicial notice of that people refer to as over?
My Lord, my personal understanding of the word homies is different because it's equivalent and how equivalent
So yes, that's the witness does not give his understanding of it. And then that you
Thank you. So I believe that you did not know my life and you never spoke my life. That's why you don't know important details about her life.
Hier in Wijk Kelly, die daar ook ontmoeten. Daarom krijg ik kennis van een belangrijke deel van een
because it's the way to interpret that your private living meeting by using the Afrikaans I understand that there are two portions to the question. Let's break it up. The first part is that I put it to you that you never even spoke about time. May I get that?
Yet they never had a conversation.
We had a conversation with her.
Hier met gesprek gehad met een cliënt.
Dit is wat ik doe.
Is niet waar nie.
And the second part is, if you had spoken to her or had known anything about her,
As ik zo met haar gepraat heb, dat ik je nog kennis had gemaakt.
you would have at least known who she was involved in a relationship with,
Zie zo, moet het zo gebeten dat wie ze in verhouding was.
or at least knew where she resided.
Want waar ze woonachtig is. Is correct, hè?
My instructions from the Joshlin would be that she's confused or cannot understand why you are saying this about her.
As correct wat er sê, kan nie verstaan hoekom sal u dit sê van haar.
Hy sê dit my partij. Dat sê die waarheid praat.
She convinced him, my Lord, that she was talking the truth.
The only reason she could think of that you would now implicate or say these things about her is because as soon as Joshlin went missing, this matter attracted a lot of media.
Sy sê die rede waarom sy dat u dit vir haar kan praat en vir haar deelmaak van ons vermis is omdat toe hierdie voorval plaasgevind het, was daar baie media betrokken.
It's not the truth, my Lord.
Is nie waar nie.
And because of the attention that she was getting, you saw this as an opportunity for yourself to get in the limelight.
En aangezien hulle attention sou kry, het u geleentheid gekry om dit op die te gebruik.
The question is that we speak to the witness that you saw this as an opportunity to get into the limelight.
U het u geleentheid gekry om in die limelight in te klim waar u kon gesien wat is belangrijk.
It's not the truth, my Lord.
Die waarheid nie.
May I contribute to this? Thank you very much.
Is that a justice report?
So my instructions from my client are that at the time you say you saw her pushing the can,
The instruction for the green again, so there's he said they are discussing French word.
that cannot be true because at that stage,
The Taliban was not that started.
our youngest child was only 3 years old and she was not making use of her pen.
Our young students who 3 years old is saying they are breaking up on friend.
It's not a true matter.
This is bar near.
The last said she denied that she ever told anything regarding her children or that there is going to be something which would look like the movies.
Sy sê ook sy stryd dat sy vir die hulle kinders en dat sy verkies vir sy dat so iets opkom soos 'n movie.
It's not a true matter.
That's not true, man. It's waar in die bar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sonathan, 1884. Thank you, Mr. Museum. You read the story?
It is possible.
Yes, Mr.
As the book pleases, my lord, may I suggest that at this stage we finish the evidence of Ms. Honey. She's available. I do have the next witnesses also available.
It's, as discussed in chambers this morning, it's concluded with the evidence and then you can go to the meeting.
Thank you, my lord. My colleague will take over.
I just want to make a note. So this will be. Most of the activity purposes, I think we need to administer the opening on this. Because there is the closed and other words.
Witness is one thing.
Thank you. The witness has been sworn again. Something else. Something is just. Yes.
I understood correctly, the representatives who refused my volunteer role was only for Mrs. Krueger.
We're going to check with representatives who accused on to their operations concerning Mr. Sidney. The first one is actually only the third floor part. Thank you, Mr. Sidney. Good morning.
Thank you. And you are a big influencer on TikTok, right?
He is a groot influencer op TikTok. Rest.
I wouldn't say influencer because I don't consider myself an influencer, but I am on TikTok, that's great.
Het is niet een influencer, het is wel op TikTok.
When did you start making use of the application?
En dat was met die aanzoek.
It was in 2022.
Ja, 2022.
Would you say you've posted a lot of videos?
Zal je zeggen dat je video's gepost?
I'm actually not one to post videos. My daughter makes videos. I don't post videos at all.
Het post niet video's, mijn dochter maakt video's.
Just insofar as it's done, the court table, the official court table is the English law. So you ask the witness when did she start with this application, meaning that. Okay. Now, application normally would be translated into Afrikaans as an answer. So Mr. Blow translated as an answer. But for purposes of the meaning of the word application in this context, it's called toepassing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You do what we call lives.
These are the lives.
That's true.
Rest is it.
Would you make use of any other social media?
Is dat hier aan de sociale chronologie van Krueger?
Yes, I do.
Ja, je bent.
Which are the forms of platforms of media you use?
De platforms dat het hier zijn.
Well, WhatsApp, Facebook, and that's about it.
WhatsApp en Facebook, dat is.
We saw a video yesterday where some stage you were on a live with accused number 3 and investigating against it.
Gister op jullie video-opname het ons gezien dat u op live was met de bekendste discourse nummer 3.
That's good.
Rest wil je.
Prior to that day, did you have any lives or anything on social media regarding the disappearance of Joshlin?
Maar voor jullie dat, heeft u enige iets op live of op enige media opname gehad in verband met Joshlin?
Well, the purpose of my lives would obviously be to bring awareness of Joshlin's disappearance. So yes, I was live.
De reden van de live is om mensen bewust te maken van de verdwijning van Joshlin. Het was het live.
After the call or the life that Mr. Mackenzie has accused number 3, did you have any other further lives regarding this matter?
Na jullie live met de schuld nummer 3 en de Mackenzie, was die ook een andere lijst, zodat we dit voorkwam?
I was live for the process of our searches and things.
Ook dan was het live en dan gedurende het hele proces.
The first time you spoke to my client was on the 20th of February when she was at the home of Kelly Seegers. Is that correct?
Die eerste keer toe e-mail is weer praat oor die 20ste wees, weet is van Kelly Seegers is het rechts.
That's correct, it's the 20th.
That's correct. Is rechts weer naar de 20ste.
Do you know how it came about that you spoke to her? Who had made the request?
Kan u onthou hoe dit gekom dat u so gepraat het over een ongetrede weer aanvraag gedoen?
Like I mentioned yesterday, I was contacted by Sinead,
Soos ek gesê het, is contact met Sinead.
who told me about a little girl in a small town in prison by the name of Joshlin.
Sy het toe vertel van 'n klein dogtertjie wat vermis was in 'n klein dorpie met die naam van Joshlin.
And that's how I came about knowing about Joshlin and the pool.
Dat is hoe ek toe geweet het van Joshlin na die oproep.
That very same night when you had a video call with you.
Hierdie selfde aan dat jy 'n video call met ons tot 3 gaan.
That's correct, yes.
Dis regs weer.
My instructions are that already by the 20th of February, my client was seen by a doctor and was taking medication.
Die instructie van de skeleton was de police sal sê dat wees al die toeriste was die op medikasie en de dokter gesien.
And the day when you called, 20th of February 2024,
Toe u wat geskakel het op die oor 2024,
she was asleep. Or she had to be woken up to come and speak.
sy het geslaap of sy het geslaap gemaak het om met u te praat.
I don't know. All I know is that we were on the phone with her, so I couldn't say that she was sleeping alone.
Ek kan weet nie julle waar, ek kan nie sê of sy geslaap het of nie, maar ek was op die foon met haar.
My instructions are that she was asked to have bath before she had supper. When she was at Kelly's house, because we got informed she had already taken bath.
Sy sê verder dat sy was gevra, voordat sy kon staan dat sy net had ontvat en toe die verskakel het sy klaar had geneem.
Like I said, I can't answer because I didn't know what she was doing.
Soos ek gesê het julle waar, ek kan nie vir u aandag gee, want ek weet nie wat sy besig was om te doen.
And she denies that her hands were dirty as you testified.
Sy is vry, dat haar hande so vuil was soos wat u geteken het.
Well, if you go to one of the links of the Facebook Lives, there's also footage of her hands being dirty.
As ons bijvoorbeeld van die links ingaan van die live, Facebook live, is daar 'n foto of 'n video wat bewys dat haar hand wel vuil was.
What qualifications do you have?
Watter kwalifikasie het u?
In terms of
Any tertiary qualification?
none at all.
Niks, na en al.
In the video that you played yesterday,
In die video wat ek gister gespeel het,
although the audio was a bit taken to a challenge, I was able to hear that you had accused from the plea of giving you different versions.
gehoor was 'n bietjie 'n probleem geweest, maar u het gesê beskuldigde matriese weergawe wat sy aangedaan het.
That's good, yes.
That's correct.
My instructions from her are that from the first conversation she had with you,
Sy sê van die eerste gesprek wat sy met u gehad het,
she always gave me the same version whenever she was asking questions.
sy het u elke keer dieselfde weergawe gegee, wanneer sy vrae gevra word.
I will refer back to the lives, and each life had a different version.
Dit sal weer verwys na die lives en na waar elke van die lives het 'n verskillende weergawe.
I'm instructed that the reason why she was upset in that video is because, firstly, she was very concerned about the child. And secondly, she was becoming very frustrated by the police and people asking her the same questions over and over again.
Sy sê die rede waarom sy tevrede was in die video is in verband met polisie en mense wat dieselfde vrae oor en oor gevra het.
I can understand the frustration, but I can't understand the attitude.
Ek kan die frustrasie verstaan en wat maar nie houding nie.
But not, I didn't get the words about
Attitude. Attitude.
okay.
What about her attitude?
Wat van die houding?
It was a very nonchalant, not interested, not concerned attitude.
Was 'n houding van stel nie belang nie, geef om.
You also told us yesterday, or let me confirm, when exactly did the accused say that it was a child that made the famous?
Wanneer het beskuldigde nommer 3 gesê dat 'n kind famous
Well, it was 2 occasions that she mentioned. She never knew that she'd be famous through Joshlin.
en uur gelede het sy gaan laat sê gebeur en sy gaan beroemd raak deur Joshlin.
Both occasions, it was with the Temple Boys when she was with him.
Beide gelede die woorde was in Temple Boys was.
The first time it was by Nishana's house,
Eerste keer was Shane se huis, sy is,
and the second time was the day of the Sunday,
en dit was die derde Sondag voor die pre.
Did you tell the police about that?
Het die polisie daarvan gesê?
I do believe I did.
Dat glo ek nie.
Did you go through your statement before you testified?
Voordat ek ons geteken het in die verklaring gegaan,
Yes, briefly.
ja, vlugtig een,
But you went through the entire content.
maar wie is weer die hele inhoud?
To be honest, no, I couldn't make out really what they wrote, so I just briefed whatever I could read in.
Hier het ek wees nie inhoudbaar en kon net weer gaan dat ek kon vlugtig wees.
So a lot of what you're telling us now is just from memory from a year ago.
So wat hier in ons is van hierdie vlugtige weer gaan met verklaring.
That's great.
Dis rechtsrede.
Now, in your statement, there's no mention at all about you saying the future of these child Joshlin had made the famous.
In die verklaring staat daar nergens
I didn't get the words about
In her statement, Lord, it is nowhere at all that her child Joshlin had made her famous.
in die verklaring is daar nergens daar toe gesê word dat beskuldiging so gesê Joshlin dat beroemd gemaakt.
It could be that I didn't mention it. I'm not too sure. Like I said, I'm literally speaking from what I remember. But I'll refer you back to my lives, my personal lives, where it was said on the live as well.
Ik kan aanvaarden of dat moet ik gezegd hebben, maar ik ga niet meer geweest aan de lives. Op de lives is het opkomen.
I'm just put it to you this way. You are not sure, so if I put it to you, it's not there, you cannot dispute it.
Als die zeker is, dat is het tussen daar, ik kan daar een strijd.
But that is definitely what she told me.
Maar dat is definitief wat ik me gezegd heb.
Man, I'm putting it to you
Yes,
this way.
what was the context of these statements by Ms. Smith?
So she was dancing with the Temple Boys, and
Sinds de dans met Temple Boys,
she came. It wasn't just me; it was a few other people as well that was there. And she
niet
said,
alleen de dag, er zijn nog een paar andere mensen.
and then she said, "No, if you nooit gaan met ik ga zoeken van je naar dear Joshlin."
En ze heeft woorden gekregen in Afrikaans.
And then on the second occasion, she said, "I always wanted to be famous. I just didn't know it was going to be like this."
Tweede keer is ze gezegd, het boven raad naar het gebied het zo in jullie geval is.
But on the two occasions you referred to were both occasions where she was in the presence of this musical group called the Krueger Boys that I was told yesterday were quite famous.
That's true.
Hele aanbieding gehad. Wanneer leden was dat weer een groep Temple bij hem was.
Is that what this is like?
She will deny that she ever told you to stop searching for Joshlin.
Ze is afspreek dat ik voor iets dat ik dat ze voor iets wil zeggen, hier een stop van Joshlin te zoeken.
I have absolutely no reason to say or to lie about that. Like I told them, I will not stop looking for Joshlin.
Er is geen reden om dinsdag te vertellen, maar ik heb wat gezegd, ik zou niet stoppen om voor Joshlin Joshlin te zoeken.
She will also tell the part it's not correct that she was not involved in the search.
Ze is zelf ook dat opzet dat het is niet recht dat zij niet betrokken geraakt heeft in de zoektocht.
Then I don't know what to say because by at the end of the day, if she was involved in the search, then there would have been no reason for any of the people in the community to be after her.
Dan heb ik niets verder om te zeggen hier in als ik betrokken was in die zoektocht van die kind, dat daar dan geen reden waarom die gemeenschap zo ongelukkig was.
Did you go onto TikTok after the incident or the conversation between Mackenzie and accused number 3, where you had given an update on the matter?
Was ik op TikTok geweest nadat die beschuldiging met Rian en Mackenzie in elkaar was. Wie in elkaar was waar die updates was gegeven in verband met jullie voorval?
I do believe I was, like I said, I was live, so it could be that I went live, but I was live.
Zoals ik gezegd heb, ik was op live hier mondelijk en ik was op live.
Would you agree with me that you did, or there is a video or live where you are and you say that you do not believe that the accused of the day and Buddha are involved and that the folk should move away from them and that we should look at other people?
Als u bewust dat op was, dan zou ik gezegd met die opvolging van jullie zaak, dat u het gevoel dat u daar besloten dat jullie niet betrokken was.
At the time I said that, yes,
Ons hebben gezegd ja,
because Karen is very manipulative and sometimes you couldn't distinguish what was true or not. So until you got to know her. So yes, I did say so.
Karen is een persoon dat het persoon makkelijk kan overheden. Een mens kan niet of ze de waarheid praten of niet, je kan dan zeggen ja, je get.
So, even after your organization had an intensity, you still believe that there was a chance or possibility that they were not involved.
Een andere woorden, na dit gesprek met meneer McKenzie was ik toch bewust, was ik toch zeker dat hij niet betrokken is.
I was even not sure that he's involved of some sort.
Dat is het, was nog niet zeker dat hij betrokken is of niet.
But we still, at the time, emotions was high and we were just trying to look into all avenues.
Emoties was geweest zodat in alle richtingen gekeken werd.
Maar dan meer approach to the future. Thank you,
Zero re-examination.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Sandeep, you made the excuse.
Thank you, Madam.
You don't have to wait around. It's unlikely that we will recall you. If that happens, you will be informed. But if you want to sit in court and listen, feel free. Yeah, we're going to take a short adjournment now. I know it's only 4 minutes to the day. Rather take it now. And your next witness is here. What is the witness going to testify about?
Thank you, Madam. Next witness will be Mrs. Krueger, that we have heard of, and the outcomes of the style.
Let me just hear the signal. Will there be any objections to the evidence being made, as it might be evidence relating to a prior assistance statement that, as a general principle, would be inadmissible, but for certain exceptions. You have any objections to that evidence being made?
No.
So then we have all the technical details of at least the fabrication and all of that. Because your instructions on this fabrication in paper. So to make the evidence. Good. 11:15. Court adjourned.
Steven voel vir my soos 'n kind in my huis.
Steven is like a child in the house.
Hy is altyd welkom en ons ken hom al baie jare.
Always welcome. We know you for a couple of years.
Hy is 'n goeie en 'n betroubare mens.
Good and trustworthy person.
Hy het hy het byvoorbeeld in 2023 na my toe gekom en gesê sy moeder verjaar die einde van die jaar.
When we came to me, he told me that his mother was amazing. That's what they had in the year.
En hy sal vir my geld bring. Ek moet asseblief vir haar 'n rok koop en skoene koop en 'n koekbak.
He would bring me money, we would buy a dress, and then make a cake.
En in die begin van verlede jaar 2024
Last year,
het ons agtergekom Steven se gesondheid lyk nie baie goed nie.
we realized that Steven's health was not looking good.
En het ek hom na die dokter geneem en hy is gediagnoseer met diabetes 1.
He introduced the doctor that he was diagnosed with diabetes 1.
Steven is getroud en het 2 seuns.
Married, 2 sons.
En is woonagtig in Deaswil.
Residing in Israel.
Is daar nog iets wat ek moet
I think that was a very comprehensive introduction and to the relationship between the two of you. Now, living in Jacobs Bay, you must have known about the disappearance of a little girl, Joshlin, on the 19th of February 2024, and I can see on your body language reaction.
Well, after the time of Jacob's life, it was
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Just one moment. Ms. Krueger, I can see that you started blushing and you're tearing up. If you need us to take a break, just tell us.
Nou, dis reg, ek kan maar aangaan.
It's fine. See?
Just one moment. Can we maybe adjust the microphone for Ms. Krueger? Mr. Harmse indicated that he can't hear the Afrikaans. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Mrs. Krueger, after you had learned about the disappearance of Joshlin, an incident happened between you and Mr. Kutsia. Can you please tell the court about that morning, what happened?
Nadat die was Joshlin was a single incident, so here is
Kutsia. Kutsia.
kan nie dan voorstel incident soos
Ek het op 'n Woensdagoggend, dit was vroeg in Maart, ek dink dit was die eerste Woensdag in Maart 2024.
It was early in March, I think, the person says March 2024.
Toe ek vroegoggend op my stoep, dit was net na 7, het ek op die stoep gesit en koffie drink toe Steven deur die tuinhekkie kom.
I was seated on the stoep having coffee when Steven entered through the gate of the garden.
Twee dinge
was vir my vreemd gewees.
Two things were out of place for me.
Eerstens, dit was 'n Woensdag en hy werk nie Woensdae by ons nie, hy werk op 'n Donderdag by ons.
First thing was Wednesday. He doesn't work with us on Wednesday. He comes to class on Thursdays.
En dit was ook vroeg in die oggend, dit was so 6:15 se kant, as ek nou moet reg dink.
It was also early in the morning. I think it was about 7 in the morning.
Toe Steven nader kom, toe kon ek sien daar is iets verkeerd.
When Stephen came closer, I saw that there was something wrong.
Mens kan op Steven se gesig sien as daar iets verkeerd is.
You can see when his face into something amiss.
Ek het hom gevra, Steven, wat is fout? En hy het vir my gesê, daar is iets wat baie gewigtig of swaar wat hy met my moet bespreek.
I wanted to know Stephen what the problem is. He said there's something very heavy he wants to discuss with me.
Steven noem vir my en my man meneer en juffrou, want ons was onderwysers gewees.
He would call us sir and madam because we were teachers.
En hy sê toe vir my, juffrou, ek wil met juffrou praat oor Joshlin Smith.
He said, I want to speak to you about Joshlin Smith.
Toe hy begin praat, toe sê ek vir hom, Steven, hou dadelik op met praat, ek wil my man gaan roep.
When he started talking, I said, just don't immediately talk. I want to call my husband.
Want ek het vir hom gesê, hierdie is 'n saak wat ek dink nog iemand moet aanhoor.
I told him this is a situation about case that someone else was also here.
Ek het in die huis ingegaan en my man gaan roep en ons drie, dit is nou my man en ek en Steven, het op die stoep gesit en toe het Steven begin praat.
Then I went to my house to call my husband. Then it was the three of us and myself, my husband and Steven sat on the stoep and then we started talking.
Steven het toe aan my genoem dat Joshlin se ma, Kelly, het vir hom gesê, hulle twee het gepraat eendag, dit was in Augustus, dit was die tweede helfte van 2023.
Stephen said to me, he and Joshlin's mother, Kelly, spoke. That was the second half of the year 2023.
Augustus, vroeg September in daardie omgewing. Ek kon nie presies onthou wat presies die maand was nie, maar dit was in daardie omgewing.
It was almost early September. I'm not sure so much it was around that time.
Steven kom van Namakwaland af, van Springbok, en hy sê toe vir my, juffrou, ja, Kelly het met my gepraat, en juffrou weet ons mense daar van Namakwaland omgewing, ons praat maar maklik, ons monde is los.
Steven is from Springbok in Namakwaland, and then he said to me, we are people who usually speak a lot.
Toe sê Steven vir my dat Kelly aan hom gesê het.
Steven said to me, Kelly said it to him.
En hy wys so met sy hand in die rigting van Diasville Middelbos.
Then his head pointed in the area of Diasville Middelbos.
En hy sê vir my, Kelly het vir my gesê, in Februarie volgende jaar, dit is nou Februarie 2024, gaan ons hierdie wêreld nie ken nie. Dit gaan lyk soos 'n movie scene van al die mense en die karre wat hier gaan wees.
He said to me, using his hand, pointing the head to that direction, using a right hand, and he said, in this area, we want to organize this area, there will be a lot of people. It will be like a movie scene.
Herhaal net die laaste stukkie, sorry, just repeat the very last portion of what you said, just for the interpretation's sake thereof.
Kan u weer een aanstel as dat gedeelte weer herhaal sodat dit
Hy het met sy hand so gewys
shows his hand.
en hy het gesê, julle sal hierdie plek, en hy het nou gewys in die rigting van Middelpos en Diasville, julle sal hierdie plek volgende jaar Februarie, dit is nou Februarie 2024, sal julle nie ken nie.
This place that I'm pointing in the middle post area, this area won't be known to you.
Want dit sal lyk soos 'n movie scene hier van al die mense en die karre wat hier sal wees.
This will resemble a movie scene because of a lot of people and the vehicles that will be here.
Just one moment, just for the record, the witness gestures with her outstretched hand and moving it from side to side as indicating a wider area. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Ek het baie groot geskrik
I had a big shock.
en ek sê toe vir Steven, joh Steven, dit is 'n baie ernstige storie hier, ons kan dit nie net hier los nie.
Then I said to him, this is quite a big story, you cannot just leave it here.
Ek het aan Steven gesê, hy moet dit aan Jacques van Sail, die staatsaanklaer, gaan noem.
Then I said to him, go and tell the state prosecutor, Mr. Jacques van Sail.
Jacques van Sail bly net 'n paar huise van ons af. Inteendeel, daar is geen huise tussen ons en Jacques van Sail nie, so ons het 'n baie goeie sig op Jacques se huis.
Jacques doesn't stay far from our house. There are no houses between my house and his house. I have a very good view towards his house.
Ek het vir Steven gesê, hy moet dadelik na Jacques toe gaan. Dit was toe seker so 20 voor 8 die oggend al.
And I said to you, to Stephen, go immediately to Jacques. I think it was about 20 to 8 in the morning.
Want ek het nog nie gesien dat Jacques hier by ons huis verbyry nie, want as Jacques verbyry, dan waai ons gewoonlik vir mekaar as ons mekaar sien.
Because at that stage, I haven't seen Jacques passing my houses yet. Because what usually happens when he passes my house, we use our hand and continue each other.
Steven het gesê dit is reg so en hy het omgedraai en hy het na Jacques se huis toe geloop.
Then Stephen said, that's fine. Then he went to Jacques' house.
Waar hy toe ek aanvaar vir Jacques die storie vertel het.
And where I accepted that he explained and related the story to Jacques.
Want ek het 'n rukkie later, 'n dag of 2, 3 later vir Jacques gevra of Steven by hom was.
Because later, I think it's a day or two, I inquired from Jacques, was Stephen with you at your actual place?
En het hy vir jou die storie vertel van Joshlin en wat Kelly gesê het?
Did he tell you about the story of Joshlin, what Kelly told him?
En hy het bevestigend geantwoord.
Then he said yes, he confirmed, agreed.
Dit is dan waar dit geëindig. Sorry.
It's where it began.
Dit is vir my baie moeilik,
It's very difficult,
want vir die res van my lewe
for the rest of my life,
sal ek nooit vir Joshlin Smith kan vergeet nie,
I won't be able to forget Joshlin Smith.
want haar verdwyning was op een van my kleinkinders se verjaardag, en so ek sal dit altyd onthou.
Because the vanishing happened on one of the birthdays of my grandchildren that I won't forget.
Dis al, dankie.
That's all, thank you.
Baie dankie, mevrou. Baie dankie. My lord, this is the evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Harmse. Any questions?
I have a question.
Ms. Mkabai, any questions?
My Lord, I have no questions for this.
Thank you. Mr. Signarine, any questions?
My Lord, may I approach before I proceed?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Signarine.
Thank you, my Lord. Ma'am, you told us that you know Stephen for approximately 20 to 25 years.
Hier het gesê die keer vir Steven vir 'n tydperk tussen 22 en 25 jaar.
20 en 25.
20 en 25.
Dis korrek, ja.
Dis reg so
How long was he employed by you?
Vir hoe lank was hy
Gedurende daardie tyd en nog steeds.
during that time was still and still.
Do you know whether he ever took on any work in the construction field?
Terwyl ek ken so vir enige werk al gegaan aan die konstruksie.
Ja, dit is hoe ons vir Steven leer ken het. Hy het ons bure, hy was 'n werker by Klaas Julies, 'n bouer van Hopefield, en hy het vir Klaas gewerk, oompie Klaas.
Yes, my Lord, because he worked for our neighbor, a constructor, Klaas Julies.
Klaas het die buurman se huis gebou.
Klaas Julies was building a house for our neighbor.
En Steven en Klaas het ook 'n gedeelte by ons stoep by ons huis aangebou en Steven het gehelp daarmee.
A certain portion of us was also built on by Klaas Julies, and Steven was assisting there.
Do you have any knowledge of him being involved in the building of RDP houses in Hopeland?
Ik heb heel veel kennis dat ik betrokken was in het gebouw van Hopeland in Hopeland.
Steven of Klaas?
Steven.
Nee, ek is nie bewus van. Ek weet dat hy wel 'n hophuis gekry het en ek weet ook dat hy verbeteringe by sy huis aangebring het.
No, I do know that he got an RTP house and then certain changes were made to his house.
You would only see him once a week when he came to work at your place.
He zou een keer
Nee, dit is nie reg nie, want hy werk ook by die bure en by baie ander mense, so hy stap baie by ons huis verby en dan sal ons 'n geselsie aanknoop.
That's not correct, because he also sometimes work with the neighbors and a lot of people there in the street, and when they go to work with these people, they always pass in the house and then we need a conversation.
Did you ask him any questions after he said to you what my client allegedly said?
En die van vraag nadat ek vir hom gesê het wat beskuldig word dat hy aan hom so gesê het.
Ja, ek het.
Yes, I did.
Please tell us.
Dat hy dan opstel.
Dit het oor 'n tydperk plaasgevind wat ons gesels het. Nog voordat ek gedink het dat daar enigstens dat ek geroep sou word om in 'n hof te getuig.
Before I even knew or realized that I may be called to the court to come and testify.
So let me ask you, besides asking questions, did you all discuss this case after that day?
Voordat ik kom getuigen, het hele wordt gepraat.
Ja, ons het, soos wat ek met die bure gepraat het, soos wat ek met my man gepraat het, soos wat die almal in die dorp praat oor hierdie dogtertjie se verdwyning.
Yes, I live, as I speak with my neighbors, my husband, everyone speaks about this child must.
And did Stephen ever furnish you with updates regarding this incident after he had reported or gave the information he had?
Nadat hy gesê het dat hy van kennis dra, het hy verder gegeven. Verder so gebeur.
Inligting sover soos want ek vir hom gesê het, ek kan nie presies onthou van presiese datums nie. Toe het ons gepraat en ek het vir hom gesê, ek weet dit was in, hy het vroeg Maart na my toe gekom, maar ons het nie gepraat oor die saak nie.
When we spoke about it was like me telling that I remember you came to me early in March, but not about speaking about discussing about the case.
Did he ever tell you he was concerned in that he made a report and that no one ever came or no police official came and obtained any statement from him?
Het hy vir u gesê, is dat ek hier geplan, aangesien en die polisie gepraat en die man en nou gekom en te verklaar om
Nie wat ek kan onthou nie, nee.
Not that I can remember, no.
Besides advising him to speak to Mr. Fale, did you maybe suggest he go to the police?
Behalve dat die man hom so gevraag dat hy met Fale praat, en die van spesifiek met die polisie te gaan praat.
Ek glo nie so nie, want ek het geweet as hy met die staatsaanklaer praat, dan behoort die staatsaanklaer die saak verder te neem.
I don't believe so, because I knew when he spoke to his state prosecutor, the prosecutor was going to show that the case will be taken further.
Ma'am, my instructions are that whatever was said to you by Stephen here is not true.
Skuldig nog wat ek sal sê, maar ook al kan die gepraat gesê was dat Stephen, dat ek die waarheid is nie.
Ek hoor wat u sê.
Ek hear wat u sê, ja.
Thank you, madam. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel. Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krueger. You may be excused.
Dankie,
If you want to follow and you want to sit in court, you may. Otherwise, you can go home and maybe follow the television.
Ja, baie dankie.
Thank you. Next witness.
Mr. Jock van Fale, my lord. He is witness number 81 on the list of state witnesses. And I want to apologize beforehand. I see his affidavit says Louis Jacques van Fale, whilst I noted in the list of state witnesses it was the other way around, being Jacques Louis van Fale. I apologize.
It won't be the first witness where some of the names were left out. Yes, you can swear in the witness.
Please give your full names to the court.
Louis Jacques van Fale.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. The witness is sworn in. Mr. van Fale, you may have a seat.
Thank you, my lord.
You you know the drill. I believe you're public prosecutors, so you know the drill about the interpretation, etc. So I'm not going to remind you of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Zyl, before we start, I just want to thank you. I believe that you had to attend to court first before you could come here. Thank you. Thank you for
Pleasure.
coming on such short notice. Officially, you are the control prosecutor at Vredenburg Magistrate's Office. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, here and there,
And how long have you been a prosecutor?
I've been a prosecutor for approximately 34 years, my lord.
for 4 years now.
And is it further correct that you...
Just a moment. Because Mr. Van Zyl answers in English, I just need that microphone to be adjusted so that it picks up on the record. So just to put Mr. Van Zyl at ease, if you look at the attendance, now you know why we couldn't sit in your court.
And we are thankful for that.
I hope that the court personnel at Vredenburg still benefited, because I know that when they thought we were going to come there, they would have at least cleaned up the place.
We're indebted to the court, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Zyl, is it correct that you live in Jacobs Bay?
Indeed.
And as one house was the other side.
And my understanding is that the Vredenburg court serves the area, in other words, of jurisdiction, also including Saldanha Bay, Diasville, Middelbos being part of Saldanha Bay. Is that correct?
As the rechter said that is Saldanha, and was controlled
Vredenburg.
Dan was controlled the rechter teams
Saldanha Bay, Middelbos, Diasville.
That is correct, my lord.
And being the control prosecutor, I accept that you knew about or learnt about the disappearance of Joshlin Smith, which happened on the 19th of February 2024.
As we and father experience understand the objects of it, and if a dwelling fan was Smith as a community and the dwelling of the
That is correct, my lord.
And initially, who was the investigating officer in the matter?
We saw the understand the instance in the past.
As I can recall, it was Sergeant Molstein from the FCS unit in Saldanha, my lord.
As I can know that this is Sergeant Molstein from the FCS unit.
Right. Now, we have also learned that you know the previous, two before them, or the second,
Just say Mr.
Stephen Kutsia. Thank you, my lord. You know Mr. Stephen Kutsia.
That is what to be of that in Stephen Kutsia came.
That is correct, my lord.
And as with yourself, where people call you Jacques, it seems, Mr. Kutsia's first name is actually Nico, but people call him Stephen. Yes.
And is it furthermore correct that Mr. Kutsia works for you?
That is correct, my lord.
And how long has he worked for you, approximately?
Vir hoe lank het hy vir u?
I would say for more than 20 years, my Lord.
Meer as 20 jaar gelede.
Now, the purpose of your evidence is to
Maybe just a little bit louder.
My apologies, my Lord. The purpose of your evidence is to tell us about an incident that occurred one morning where Mr. Stephen Kutsia made a report to you. I'm asking you to tell us in your own words what happened on that morning.
These are the things oor 'n sekere incident as geplaas het op 'n sekere oggend tussen 1 en Steven, waar is het antwoord aan die gemaak en die eerder word ek dan nou sê wat dit behels het.
My Lord, approximately 2 to 3 weeks after the disappearance of Joshlin Smith, I was approached by Mr. Kutsia. That was one early morning before I was on my way to work. And he told me, I'm not sure if he told me that he had information pertaining to the Joshlin Smith matter.
Hy het gesê sekere informasie van die Joshlin Smith saak.
My Lord, apologies, I don't recall the exact words that were spoken, but that was the gist of the discussion.
It's a practice here, but I can't precieze woorde onthou nie, maar dit was ongeveer ons gesprek.
He told me that he knew the mother of Joshlin Smith.
Hy het ook gesê ek ken die moeder van Joshlin Smith.
He hinted to the fact that they came from the Nakaland, north of Springbok, where they both came from the same area, and he met her here, and that is how he came to know Joshlin Smith, Kelly Smith.
Sprong van Southern area in Mabaan, selfde dorp Springbok, maar waar hy van dit is.
He told me that one morning, or one of the times, because he used to work and he used to pass not far from where she stayed, he passed. He met up with her. This was during that would have been 2023, towards the latter part of 2023. He had a discussion with her. And during this discussion, it came out that something big was going to happen in the beginning of 2024 here in Saldanha. He, at that stage, didn't know what was going to happen. But after Joshlin went missing, and he became aware of the fact that it was actually Kelly Smith's daughter that was missing. He recalled the conversation that he had with her the previous year. And that is what he came to tell me. I told him that I would take this to the investigating officer. At that stage, the information that he gave to me was known to me. During my discussions with the investigation officer and various other police officers. It was later the same day that I spoke to Sergeant Milstein.
Can you just pause right there? So he told you about that he was told in the latter part of the previous year of something big that was going to happen in the beginning of 2024.
That's correct, my lord. It was something like, it's going to be like in the movies.
So I just want to clarify the statement that you make that at that stage, the info imparted now by him was known to you because of your discussions with the investigators or whoever you spoke to. Can you maybe just elaborate on that?
Yes, thank you, my lord.
Can I also just request that we slightly adjust the microphone so that Mr. Van Zyle's voice is a little bit louder so that I can hear clearly. Thank you, Mr. Van Zyle.
I was aware of the fact that Joshlin's mother, Kelly Smith, was a person of interest in her disappearance.
Ek was bewus van die feit dat Joshlin Smith, Kelly Smith se ma, 'n persoon van belang sou wees in haar verdwyning.
And the fact that there was money exchanged for Joshlin.
En daar sou geld pansel was weer was vir Joshlin. Gereël was vir Joshlin.
What was interesting of Mr. Coetzee's what he told me, my lord, is the time when this information was told to him. It was not just a spur of the moment incident that took place where this thing was planned. It looks like it was planned way in advance. And that is why I spoke to the investigating officer at that stage, Sergeant Milstein. And told him that it would be important to get a statement from Mr. Coetzee.
Yes, Ms. Sonapu.
Thank you, my lord. Did you personally have any further involvement in this case? Well, let me ask an open question, leave it there, you can answer.
I was not directly involved in the case, but I had to assist my colleagues with the postponements of this case in the lower court, my lord.
We know that at a certain stage Captain Lombard from Provincial Office took over the investigation from Sergeant Milstein. That evidence has already been adduced. And that was prior to any court appearances. Did you convey this information that you received from Mr. Coetzee to Captain Lombard or the team, the investigating team?
Dat het dit gekom dat de laatste staat kapitein Lombard subsequent van Sassan Rosten en kapitein Lombard ook span die informatie van de en gezegd.
Indeed, my lord, because at the stage when I spoke to Sergeant Milstein, he hinted to the fact that he was not the investigation officer in this matter anymore. And that there was an investigation team that was going to take over the investigation. I became aware of the fact because Captain Lombard contacted me with regards to possible warrants. So I became aware that he was the new investigating officer in the matter. It was the next day or the day thereafter, my lord, when the accused actually appeared in our court for the first time, that I also relayed this information to Captain Lombard.
Can I just get clarity on that? When you're saying it was the day or the day thereafter, meaning after what?
It was the day after I spoke to Mr. Coetzee. It was in that time, I wasn't aware when I spoke to Mr. Coetzee, because if my memory serves me correctly, the first appearance in the district court was the 8th of March, and it was 2 days prior to that I spoke to Mr. Coetzee. That would have been, I think, the 6th of March, yes.
And you said the day of the conversation that you had with Mr. Coetzee, when was that?
My lord, I think that would have been the 6th of March.
If the first court appearance was in fact the 7th and not the 8th, would you agree to that?
I would agree, Worship.
We know from uncontested evidence of Ms. Krueger that it was the first Wednesday of March, and we've worked that out earlier, that would have been the 6th of March, when Mr. Coetzee came there early in the morning, when he spoke to Mr. Van Zyl the first time.
That's correct.
Then it would be the 6th of March, yes, my lord.
Except for informing, and thank you for the role that you played. Thank you for informing Captain Lombard. Except for that, conveying this to Captain Lombard, did you ever have follow-up on this information, either with Mr. Coetzee or with Captain Lombard?
Behalve dat die dit nog van kapitein Lombard sal sê, in verband met wat meneer Coetzee gesê het, hier enige oproep gedoen in verband met wat Steven gesê het.
My lord, not that I can recall. It's only that at the later stage my statement was taken, and I think that was it.
nie wat ek wil dan doen, maar ek dink omdat ouders daar in was dat elkaar kan gevat.
You indicated that you were assisting your colleagues with the appearances in the lower court. So was it not done by the local prosecutors?
No, it was done by my colleagues from the NPA, Worship. The DPP's office, sorry. I can't point fingers.
Yeah. For those that doesn't know these acronyms, sometimes it can be sensitive as well. Whether it's the National Prosecution Services, the National Prosecuting Authority, the Office of the DPP, and or some other branches, and each one has its own turf.
And we are territorial too, my lord. Thank you, my lord. That's the evidence of this witness.
Mr. Haramsa?
May I please go to no questions?
Thank you, Ms. Kabai.
My lord, I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Sivnarayan?
Thank you, my lord. So you told us you don't recall exactly what Stephen Krueger said to you.
The exact wording that transpired during the conversation, yes.
What can you recall that he said to you?
What I can recall was the fact that he knew Joshlin Smith's mother, Kelly Smith. And how it came about that he knew her.
Yes.
And also, as I indicated, that there was something that happened. There was, like I said, I don't know the exact what was transpired between us, but the incident that took place in February, where Joshlin Smith, when she disappeared, he said that there was an incident that was going to happen. What she told him, there was an incident that was going to happen in the beginning of the following year, that would have been 2024.
Dit was in verband met sy dat een sekere incident so plaasvind is in Januarie, Februarie van volgende jaar.
After receiving this information from you, did you question him about what he said to you?
Nadat hy dit vir my gesê het, ek vraag gevra wat hy gesê het.
Not that I can recall.
Nie dat ek kan nou nie.
Did he tell you where it was that he met accused number 3 and this was said to him?
Kan jy sê waar hy was toe beskuldig van die van ons gesê het?
As I can recall, my lord, it was close to the house. It was not at the house of Kelly Smith, but it was close to the house of Kelly Smith. Or yeah, it was a blue house, I think. I'm not sure.
As ek aan my lord, het was nie by Kelly Smith sê wat was. Naby die huis van Kelly Smith het genoem blue house.
With this conversation between himself and took place.
And How did he appear to you when he was relaying this information?
There was nothing strange about him. It was a normal conversation that we had.
I was nuts, vreemd, maar het was zo gewone voorkomst.
So by looking at him, he looked normal. You could not tell that something was bothering him.
Volgens je kon het niet voorkomen alsof iets onklaar.
Not that I can recall at this stage.
The reason why I asked you that, sir, is because the previous witness, Tertia Krueger, told us that as soon as she saw Stephen Kutsia, she noticed that something was bothering her, there was something wrong.
De reden waarom ik die vraag aan de vorige tijd heeft van Krueger gezegd, dit is het van de straat. Want ze zien dat iets onklaar.
I think Mrs. Clear knows Mr. Kutsia much better than I do. So if she picked something up, I cannot dispute that. I think definitely, but the conversation between us was a normal conversation.
My Lord, may I approach?
Certainly.
Thank you, my Lord. Sir, in your evidence in chief, you made mention of money. Did you get that information from Stephen?
I cannot recall, my Lord. But as I testified, I already had information with regards to that when he spoke to me.
Now, sir, my instructions that what Mr. Stephen Kutsia said to you is not true.
Your Worship, sorry, my Lord, I'm just relaying what transpired between myself and Mr. Kutsia. And that is the reason why I also related to the investigation officers subsequently.
And one of the main reasons I say so is because he told you he received this information when he was next to or close to accused number 3's house. But under cross-examination, it came out that he was uncertain as to where she resided.
I'm not so sure, Mr. Signarayan, that you absolutely correct about that. One must look at the evidence holistically. So he's not sure how close it was. But you will recall in the evidence in chief, he indicated that he encountered her on the street and they were about half a meter apart. She gestured with her left hand in a direction behind a blue house where her house was. You will recall that.
I do recall that.
Now you will recall that at the inspection in loco, whilst we were standing at the rocks, at your request,
Yes, sir.
I inquired about which of the structures were there at the time of the incident. Next to where the cars were parked in the open field, there were two structures. The one closer to Smith's abode was not painted. The one closest to the street was blue in color, and it was indicated the blue structure was there before. Now, if I look at the distance, and I don't have the measurement here, because I believe I've been shown from the corner of my left eye, the prosecutors now have the plan. What's far or not is relative.
Thank you, madam.
Good, thank you.
Lastly, sir, were you alone with Mr. Kutsia when he gave you this information?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, madam.
Any re-examination, Ms. Swanepoel?
No, thank you, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Van Zyl. You may be excused.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you still busy with postponements at the next time of the day? Good. Thank you. You may be excused. Yes, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, perhaps this is an opportune time to deal with the album that was compiled by LCOC.
Did you share it with your colleagues already?
My lord, I did. We received it officially on Monday. I immediately, as I received it, handed it to them and specifically asked them to please go through it and see whether there's anything that we need to place on record, that we need to address, that we need to amend.
So let me check with him.
Thank you.
Mr. Harmse, did you have the opportunity to look at the album, and I take it there's a key to the album as well?
Indeed, my lord, there's a key, and I haven't picked up anything that I need to point out that I don't agree with.
Are there?
No.
There's nothing you don't agree with?
No.
Thank you. So you've got no problems with it being
I have no
handed?
problem with this.
Thank you. Ms. Nkabai?
Thank you, my lord. Indeed, our learned colleague had finished us with the.
There we go. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, my lord. Indeed, our learned colleagues have finished us with the portrait. I'm happy with the photos. I'm happy with everything that is contained.
Thank you very much. Mr. Signarayan?
Thank you, my lord. Unfortunately, my lord, I did not have an opportunity to go through the entire document.
Will you, maybe during the lunch adjournment, have a look at it?
I will do so, my lord.
And then we can, if you have no objections, then once we resume, you can just tell me, because your colleagues don't have, then we can officially hand it in.
As God please.
My lord, may I just raise one issue, and it was the only issue that we picked up of studying the document. You will recall that when we were at the house of Miss Smith, then we also pointed out the house of Miss Tinsey, who has already testified on the other side of the fence. Yes, just to the right.
No, I'm visualizing where I saw it.
Indeed, my lord. Unfortunately, that specific house is not included in the key or the points or the distance, but that is the only thing.
Is there a photograph of the house?
My lord, I am not the best one to ask when it comes to directions. I have tried to see it.
So all we can do is simple. We know it was pointed out. And it should be on my registrar's notes as well. So you can basically just take a photograph from the vantage point of the house of Ms. Smith in that direction, just for the completeness of the record. I'm not sure whether it's absolutely necessary to have the photograph, but as we go along, that can always be done. We can supplement the bundle. So let's hang fire with that.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, may I
have you run out of witnesses?
No, I have not. I do have the next witness lined up, my lord, but I know that from the discussions that we had in chambers this morning, certain documents needs to be given to the interpreter. May we take that short adjournment now to just afford him the opportunity to go through that before we resume?
What is the next witness?
Yes, that is correct, my lord. The next witness will be Laurentia Lombard and testifying in terms of Section 204.
So why don't we, is it necessary I'm thinking now, why don't we do the following? Let me hear from Mr. Harmse, because I'm ready. You would have seen, I didn't know the witness was going to be here, but you would have seen me take the book and put it on my right.
Yes, my lord, I did indicate that, I think, yesterday or the day before in chambers.
Now, I was told on Monday that we can anticipate, subject to how things are going by, about Thursday. But remember, there was the issue of the statement being Afrikaans, which has now been translated in the interim. Let me hear counsel for the defense, and then we make a call as to how we approach it. Mr. Harmse.
Maybe, my Lord, I object to them misleading the defense, and I'm saying that with respect. We have, and I have personally asked him many times, when will the 204, which is a very important witness, come? And initially, at the beginning, or end of last week, initially, maybe it's Monday, maybe Thursday, maybe Friday, as early as yesterday, it was my impression of that, and spoke to them that the 204 will maybe report next week, maybe Monday, they're not sure when. But for me, it's a total surprise that we are getting now the 204 in at this stage.
So
I need to consult with my client.
So, but can we cross that bridge, your difficulty, differently? If we take the long adjournment now, we take the long adjournment. It's 12:30, we start at 1:30. I suspect we will not even be finished, or if we finish with the evidence in chief, end of the stuff for the day, we start with cross-examination tomorrow. So it'll give you time, you will have heard the evidence, you've been in possession of the statements, you can cross-examine tomorrow. Then there can't be any prejudice because you would have had the statement since early this year.
Yeah, I have the statement.
But if we do it that way, will it assist? In other words, I will not start with the cross-examination today, irrespective of the time that we finish with the evidence in chief. Because we're bringing the lunch break forward, even if we then get to the end of the evidence in chief and it's 2 o'clock, we take the adjournment.
I'm indebted to your Lordship for that indulgence. I just want to place on record that it's been known right from the beginning that the defence has been bending backwards as a result of short.
No, I'll accommodate you, Mr.
And as we have been pushed to accommodate or to deal with witnesses as they come, and when we are told, we do not have the opportunity, I didn't have the opportunity to consult ahead as I should have and would have wanted to.
No, but I'll accommodate you. I'll accommodate you before cross-examination to properly have an opportunity to consult. In other words, I'm telling you now that even if we're not close to 3 o'clock, I will then adjourn earlier so that council can consult and we plan our way forward for tomorrow for cross-examination.
It will be a lengthy consultation.
Yeah,
thank you.
And subject to what council tells me in the morning, we might readjust our times. So if we go that route, then the state might want to have other stopgaps available for tomorrow during the day, but let's see how it goes. So I'm going to hear your colleagues, and then if we take the long adjournment at past, I saw earlier when I looked, it's now 26 minutes past. It means the food for the accused will arrive within that period, and we can start at 1:30, an hour break, and we can plan around that. Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my Lord. We are being ambushed by the state, and this is becoming a precedent. When Sergeant Milestone was called to testify, we didn't have his statement. We were only finished with his statement while he was giving evidence in chief. Yesterday, state wanted to call Mr. Morris, am I the wrong? Colonel Morris. We didn't have chance to peruse or have access to the discovery. We have to discover first. After discovery, we have to consult with our clients. In this environment, our consultation with our clients is being compromised. We have to use our lunch time to consult with our clients. It's not supposed to work like that. We have to consult properly with our clients. That we don't get in this setup. The court has been asking the state in chambers since last week, when are you calling 204? The answer was 1 every day. I'll be calling 204 or on Friday. I'm not sure, but I'm sure about Monday. Even this morning, the court asked the state, when are you calling 204? It was the same answer. Why are they hiding everything in their chest? Why do they put everything in their chest? What is it that they're hiding? 204 is where our defense lies, is where our case lies. I asked them this morning. They've translated the confession of Ms. Stephen and the confession of Jacques Apollos. I'm grateful for that. But I asked them, please translate for me the confession of 204. I have to compare what 204 said in her confession and into her affidavit in 204. After comparing them, I have to consult with my client. Consultation with our clients, it is very compromised. It's piecemeal. I object to 204 leading evidence this afternoon, Your Worship.
Thank you. Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, I will also have to take instructions as the witness for the state intents calling did not form part of the list that we were going to, or of the witnesses that they intended calling this week. So I will also need to take instructions.
What do you mean, who did not form part of the list?
My Lord, it was
which list?
that whichever witnesses the state intended calling for the week, at the beginning of every week will be provided with the list.
So you say the witness was not on that list for this week?
That is why I would need some time to
we had a discussion in chambers, was it Monday morning? Was it Monday morning when the issue was raised about Ms. Lombard's statement being in Afrikaans?
I believe so, my Lord.
I recall that it was indicated that there was a potential by the end of this week, closer to the end of this week.
Yes, my Lord, I do recall something like that.
Now, yes, thank you. Anything else?
No, none, my Lord.
Any response, Ms. Swanepoel, so that I can make a call?
Thank you, my Lord. If you will allow me, please.
Just tell me, when was the indictment served on the accused?
Sure.
Or the substantial facts, the summary of both? Do you know?
My Lord, it comprised of the indictment as well as the summary of substantive facts that was served on them in the last appearance in the district court when the matter was transferred to the High Court for first appearance. It was served on the accused.
When was it given to the defense counsel now?
My Lord, as far as I have it, the indictment and the summary of substantial facts was served on them when they got the instructions, in other words, before the first appearance in High Court. I believe that it was a short date before the first appearance because we still in chambers with Judge Sali. I conceded that they had just received the instructions in that week or 2 weeks prior to that. But my Lord, with all due respect, I was asked to provide them with lists of the witnesses that will testify. We have done that. We complied with that. We have run through those witnesses. The only exception, and that is the exception, is Colonel Morris about the social video evidence. We thought it would be more sensible, whilst we were now dealing with the crux of the matter, to at this stage let him stand over and deal with the 204. It was not a surprise. On Monday morning, when we were in chambers, when you asked me when the 204 will come, I indicated that it would be Thursday or Friday. I wanted to do this evidence first and then that evidence will be led. My Lord, at the same day, and I have to state this, on the very same occasion, Ms. Mkabai asked for a translated version of the Section 204 affidavit. That very same evening, my colleague and I sat and translated it, typed it, I emailed it the very same night to all three counsels.
No, it was confirmed in the discussions that we've had in the week that it was provided to the defense.
My Lord, then when it was given, I sent it the Monday evening. On the Tuesday, then Ms. Mkabai then indicated that she wants other documents translated, which we immediately
How long will the evidence in chief of Ms. Lombard take?
My Lord, it is very difficult to estimate. I suspect
it's
close to a day, more than.
It might not even finish today.
Yes.
Good. All right. Now, I'm going to make the following ruling. I'm going to allow the evidence to be led this afternoon, the evidence in chief, for the following reasons. when the matter came to me the first time, that was in January of this year, when the file came to me. It was known from last year already that I was going to attend to the trial. The matter appeared before my colleague, and the matter was postponed to the 28th of February for a final pre-trial case management meeting in the High Court in Cape Town. Counsel had to report to my colleague by the 18th as to any outstanding issues. By then, I had taken charge of the case management in the matter. I met with counsel before the appearance on the 21st. As there were certain issues that were raised that could have impacted on the start of the trial on the 3rd of March. I intervened and we brought the appearance forward to the 21st. I then made special arrangements in order to facilitate consultation at the High Court in Cape Town. The statement of the 204 witness was in possession of the defense for a lengthy period. And I will accept that after the evidence in chief is led, there might be a need for further consultation prior to cross-examination. I'm not comfortable with it. I've expressed my views earlier on other witnesses, what I believe should happen before the trial day in a matter. But when the indictment was served in the High Court, it's accompanied by a document in terms of section 144, subsection 3 of the Criminal Procedure Act. It's commonly known as a summary of substantial facts. In that summary, the allegations are clearly made that the particular witness we are referring to, Laurentia Lombard, is a Section 204 witness. So it was known to the defense a while back already that this witness will be a 204 witness. The state must decide when they call the witness. Counsel were alerted earlier in the week. It might happen before the end of this week. And yes, the state was at firm. I'm now being told by the prosecutors effectively that we've run out of witnesses that were planned because of the problem we had with Captain Morris yesterday. It just means, irrespective of my order, the state must plan better. You now know that we go through far more witnesses than you anticipate, so have everybody available so that we can run. I can't see any prejudice at this stage in the fairness of the trial by allowing the state to lead the evidence in chief this afternoon. I will try and manage the situation to ensure that whatever decision we make on the further conduct with this witness that it does not impact on the fairness of the accused trial before me. And for that reason, and the reasons placed on record now, we're going to take the long adjournment till 22:02, in other words, 13 hours 40, which is an hour from now, which is an earlier lunch break, and then resume. We will not proceed with any cross-examination this afternoon. Normally, with a section 204 witness, there's a preamble that sets out the warning given to the witness already when the statement is taken. I'm requesting the state to provide Mr. Blau with that document so that he can look at the technical terms over the lunch break. As I'm obliged to explain certain things to the witness and to caution the witness in respect of certain issues, the court will adjourn.
All right.
by Mr. Evan van Tol. My Lord, in fact, the document obtained from her entailed that her rights were properly explained, as well as the contents of Section 204 of the Criminal Procedure Act. That forms part of the document itself, which was filed in the police docket and disclosed. My Lord, from her evidence it will also become clear that there was also a prior document obtained from her, which is a so-called confession. The evidence will also be adduced with regards to that confession, that will also be adduced into evidence. Bekentenis. My Lord, before we consulted with the witness, we again explained the proceedings, explained the contents of Section 203 and 204 to the witness so that she understands. My Lord, also what could be the consequences if anything went wrong or happened in the process and the court made an adverse finding against her. My Lord, it was also properly explained that it is only in the discretion of the court to grant indemnity or not, and that would only be done at the end of this matter. My Lord, this explanation is specifically for the counts such as contained in the indictment. I mean specifically count 1, trafficking of persons, the alternatives, all 3 of them, the involvement in the trafficking of persons, and count 2, kidnapping. And it is only to those counts that it is in relation to that the state would, at the end of the day, request indemnity for this witness.
In die klachte by die hofsaak staat al aanleiding waar ons prima beskuldigde aan aankondigings van die gedeelte tijdens de klachtdienst als die mensen aan het is en die 3 alternatieve aanklachten van betrokkenen bij de mensen aan en ik weet dat ze mensen en die aanklachten zijn overbeschreven.
My Lord, in just one last aspect, when we consulted with the witness, I mean, before we even dealt with the merits, it was again explained that she would also be entitled to have legal representation if she so wishes, even here in court to testify. That was explained to her properly, and she indicated that she does not wish to have a legal representative representing her here when she testifies. I now request the court to please explain once again the provisions of Section 204 and the appropriate other sections that go with Section 204 so that the witness indeed understands before the evidence.
nodig nie een en sê so voortgaan en sal vir die hofvra om te keer tot enkele wat in artikel 4 by ons
Yes, thank you, Ms. Swanepoel. Ms. Lombard, did you hear the submissions made by Ms. Swanepoel, who is the lead prosecutor?
Yes, my lord.
Did you understand what she said?
Yes, my lord.
Do you confirm the correctness?
Yes, my lord.
So I'm going to explain certain things to you. It seems to me you also understand the English.
Yes, my lord.
I'm going to take a long route in the explanation. I want you to listen very carefully.
That's correct, my lord.
Particularly when I get to the consequences of this process.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, firstly, no witness in any criminal proceedings, except where it's provided for in the Criminal Procedure Act or other laws, can be compelled to answer any question if the answer will expose that person to a criminal charge. In other words, nobody is obliged to answer any question in a criminal proceedings where you would incriminate yourself.
Geen persoon is word gedwongen om vrae te antwoord wat homself met die persoon kan incrimineer in criminele vervolging.
That's correct, my lord.
This protection is granted in the Criminal Procedure Act itself,
Hierdie beskerming is in die strafproseswet itself,
read with Section 35 of the Constitution.
gelees in die artikel 35 van ons grondwet.
That's correct, my lord.
It's an important protection
It's 'n belangrike beskerming
as part of a person's right to a fair trial.
It's 'n deel van 'n persoon se reg tot
That's recht, my lord.
And therefore, when persons enter into this type of situation,
as 'n persoon in hierdie situasie beland,
it must be read with your right to legal representation.
dit moet gelees word met die reg tot probeer oor resources tot verantwoordiging.
Do you understand it so far?
Verstaan jy
Yes, my lord.
Verstaan jy
Now the Act further makes provision in Section 204 thereof
die wet maak verder voorsiening in artikel 4
that whenever the prosecutor, as Ms. Swanepoel did earlier,
as staatsanklaer soos bijvoorbeeld die persoon wat gemaakt het,
Yes, my lord.
in criminal proceedings, inform the court
in criminele sake in hof inlig
That's correct, my lord.
that any person like yourself,
dat enige persoon soos bijvoorbeeld u
called as a witness on behalf of the prosecution,
geroepen word as 'n getuie, as staatsgetuie,
will be required by the prosecution to answer questions that may incriminate the witness.
U sal verplig word deur die vraag dat u dan 'n antwoord alweer dit vir u sou incrimineer.
With regard to specific offences, and I'll take you there later.
In verband met sekere klagte gaan u later daarin neem.
The court, if I'm satisfied that such a witness is a competent witness,
Eerstens moet die hof sê die hof sê dat hierdie partye
for the prosecution,
'n goeie getuienis vir die staat.
I'm obliged to inform the witness of certain things.
Ek is verplig om hierdie getuie van sekere goedere in te lig.
Firstly,
Eerstens
that you will be obliged to give evidence at the proceedings
die persoon is verplig om getuienis aan te lê gedurende die saak
in question, like in this case.
in verband soos byvoorbeeld in hierdie saak.
That's correct, my lord.
So, on what I was told and you confirmed, I'm satisfied that you're a competent witness to be called by the state.
Ek is die hof is tevrede dat
Secondly,
tweedens
that questions may be put to you
vrae aan u sou gevra word
which may incriminate you
wat u moontlik incrimineer
in regard to the offences that I will return.
in verband met die klagte teen u.
However,
Maar
when questions are put to you,
wanneer vrae aan u gevra word,
whether it's by the prosecutor
of dit deur die staatsanklaer
or the defense on behalf of the accused
of die progress wat in verband met die beskuldigdes
or by the court,
of deur die hof,
notwithstanding that the answer may incriminate you with regard to the offences that I will get back to,
of die vrae wat u sou gevra word om dat u kan incrimineer in verband met die saak,
or any other offence which would be a competent verdict upon a charge related to those offences,
of ander klagte wat
that
aan bevoegde klagte teen u dat kan bewys word,
that if you answer frankly and honestly
as u eerlik en openhartig dit antwoord,
to all questions put to you,
alle vrae wat aan u gevra is,
you shall be discharged from prosecution with regard to the offences specified,
u sal vrywillig kry in verband met die klagte teen u wat u van getuig, vrywillig kry teen die klagte wat u getuig,
for the competent verdicts that I referred you to.
bevoegde uitsprake wat dit aan hof uitgelees het.
Do you understand it so?
Verstaan u?
Yeah, my lord.
Understand, my lord?
Now once I have given you this warning,
Nadat ek die waarskuwing gegee het,
you shall
u sal
give evidence and answer any question put to you
u sal getuienis aflê en enige vraag aan wat aan u gestel word
by any of the parties as I've indicated earlier on,
van enige van die partye wat ek voor van melding gemaak het,
notwithstanding the fact that the answers might incriminate you.
alhoewel die vraag die antwoorde sou incrimineer.
At the,
That's
end
correct, my lord.
at the end of the day,
Op die einde van die dag,
if in my opinion, the opinion of the court,
as dit die hofse opinie sal wees,
that you have answered all those questions honestly and frankly,
dat u hierdie vraag eerlik en openhartig geantwoord het,
That's correct, my lord.
you will be entitled to a discharge or indemnity.
dan sal u dan vrywaring kry in verband met die klagte.
That's correct, my lord.
In the event that you are not discharged
As dit nou kom dat hier is
from any prosecution in respect of those offences,
in verband met vervolging verband met die aanklagte,
any evidence that you have given here where you have incriminated yourself
enige teken wat u sou opgeef of geplaas het dat wat u self incrimineer,
will however be inadmissible should you be charged.
dit sal nie of aanvaar word as u crimineel aangekla word.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Yeah, my lord.
The exception to that indemnity
Die verskil in die vrywaring
and the admissibility of the evidence
en die aanvaarbaarheid van die getuienis
is where you are charged for perjury in relation to the evidence that you are giving here.
dan kan u aangekla word vir meedeling en die klagte wat u aangekla is.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
That's correct, my lord.
The assessment by the court whether you have satisfied the requirements are made at the end of the proceedings.
As bijvoorbeeld, as wat ook al extra sal wees of sal besluit of dit kan gebruik word in die beide van saak.
Now there's normally an expectation
Iets word nooit verwag
by a witness who testifies under these circumstances
Here getuie onder die omstandighede
to be discharged,
om te vrywaring te geniet.
and it's in the light of that I'm explaining to you when and where I will make the assessment.
Dit is waarom ek vir u weet wanneer en hoe en wanneer sal ek die besluit.
Because the court does not evaluate the evidence piecemeal,
Die hof evalueer die getuienis aan opsigte
but rather holistically at the end of the case.
alle getuienis op die einde van die saak.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
That's correct, my lord.
I understand, my lord.
And are you ready with your evidence before I caution you of the charges?
As u gereed met die getuienis moet dit ek vir u moet waarsku.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, dat is rest weer normaal.
Now, the charges that I have been asked to alert you to, upon which you may be granted a discharge from prosecution, or otherwise put in indemnity from prosecution, are the following.
Die klagte teen u wat moet dit na een van die saak van u vrywaring gee, as die volgende.
It has a main count under count 1, and it has alternatives.
'n Hoofklagte aan klagte 1 en 3 alternatiewe klagte aan klagte 1.
And these are contraventions of section 4.1, 10.1a, 10.1b, and 10.1c of the Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act 7 of 2013. The indictment also makes provision for all the amendments, but the offences are defined in those sections that I have given to you. Do you understand it so far?
That's correct, my lord.
Now, these offences,
Hierdie klagtes,
if convicted,
as sy skuldig bevind word,
also attracts a minimum prescribed sentence
dit sal ook veroorsaak dat ek op 'n minimum
of life imprisonment.
van lewenslang opgelê kan word.
Now, insofar as it relates to those offences that I've told you of,
In verband met hierdie klagte wat ek vir u van gesê het,
the charge and the alternates thereto
klagte en die alternatiewe daarteen,
deals with firstly a positive act.
positiewe houding.
The first alternative deals with an attempt,
Tweede alternatief is poging.
and the second alternative is to incite, to instigate, to command or direct, to aid or to promise, advise, recruit, encourage or procure a person to commit the offences in the main count.
Tweede alternatief sal wees aanhangsel, aanstiging of opdrag gee om deel te neem
And the third alternative is when you conspire with other persons to commit those offences.
Die derde alternatief sal waar die saamgesweer met ander persone om hierdie misdaad te pleeg.
So as you can see, it's throwing the net quite wide.
Dit maak dit 'n bietjie breër in verband met die klagte.
And the charges itself,
En hierdie klagte self,
the elements thereof is,
die elemente
or
daarvan
are, when a person sells,
wanneer 'n persoon verkoop
delivers,
oorhandig
or exchange another person.
ander persoon kry
And in this case, it's Joshlin Smith,
En hierdie saak is dit Joshlin Smith,
who was a six-year-old female child at the time,
meisie was,
within or across the borders of the Republic,
onbeperkte grense van die Republiek,
by means of a various of acts that's alleged, which I will take you to in a moment.
van verskillende klagte wat moet deels daarvan kan word.
Firstly,
Eerstens,
a threat of harm.
of de nadering, dreigement,
Further, a threat or use of force or other forms of coercion,
gebruik van dreigementen of krag van ander personen,
the abuse of the vulnerability of the victim,
die misbruik van kwetsbaarheid van die slachtoffer,
through fraud,
bedrog,
deception,
bedrieg,
abduction,
abductie,
kidnapping,
mensenroof,
the abuse of power,
die misbruik van krag,
and or the direct or indirect giving or receiving of payments or benefits to obtain the consent of a person having control or authority over another person. In the case of a child, it might be the parent.
of direct of indirect waar 'n persoon sou gee of ontvang in verband deur enige voordeel in verband van kind.
The next element also relates to the giving of receiving of what I've just mentioned,
Kry of ontvangs wat ek net aan wat ek voorgelees het,
aimed at the person or their immediate family or a member of the family or somebody that's in a close relationship to the person?
Of a person, but familiar is of a person itself.
Do you understand it so far?
Namen verbinden met de slachtoffer. Verstaan ze ver?
That's correct, my lord.
And the purpose of all these actions,
De reden voor die acties zo.
of any form or manner of the exploitation,
En voor een hele manier
in this case of Joshlin Smith,
en dit is in ieder geval als Joshlin Smith.
and that would include all forms of slavery or practices similar to slavery.
Dit is zo bij ons dat persoon zo slavery of in verband met slavery.
These offenses,
Hierdie klagtes,
that's the main count that I've explained to you, and the alternates that we started off with,
de hoofdklachten en die alternatieve klachten wat ik genoemd heb,
are alleged to have taken place on or about the 19th of February 2024
hierdie klagte word beweer dat dit so plaasgevind het in 19 Februarie 2024
at or near Tsitsi in Middelbos here in Saldanha.
dit so plaasgevind het in Tsitsi hier in Saldanha.
And for purposes of these offenses, the actions must be performed by the accused or the co-perpetrators
Moet gedoen word deur die beskuldigde,
unlawfully and intentionally.
onregtelik en
In other words, on purpose.
opzettend wederregtelik deur die beskuldigde so.
So that covers count 1 and the alternates thereto.
Dit is klagte 1 en dit alternatiewe daartoe.
Did you understand that?
Het jy dit verstaan?
That's correct, my lord.
I understand that, my lord.
The further charge that I should consider indemnity for,
Ander klagte wat ek hier moet oorweeg in verband met
that the answers to the questions might relate,
vraag en antwoord wat
will be the common law offense of kidnapping.
dit sal in verband met insult wees.
The dates and the times and the place
Die datums, die dae en die plek
of where the offense would have been committed is the same,
waar hierdie klagtes so moes van gebeur het is dieselfde.
the content of the charge
Die inhoud van die klagte
is the deprivation of Joshlin's freedom of movement and liberty
is waar Joshlin se vryheid en beweging ontneem is.
to the extent that the whereabouts is still unknown.
Tot op die punt waar sy nog is, niemand raak kennis.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan jy dit?
That's correct, my lord.
I understand, my lord.
Ms. Swanepoel, are those the charges referred to in the request?
They are, my lord, I confirm.
Dit is 'n klagte bevestig en klaar in verband met die voorval.
That concludes my explanation to the witness of the particular legal issues. I'm satisfied that the witness understands the contents thereof as expressed by herself.
Die office tevreden sal verstaan die verdediging soos dit is.
As the court pleases.
Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, I'm going to pose the questions in English. But before you answer, even if you understand, you're going to wait so that Mr. Blau interprets the question into Afrikaans. Then you're going to answer it in Afrikaans, in your mother language. It will then again be interpreted into English. So it's going to take some time. So relax, take a deep breath.
Ek gaan vir u vra in Engels vra. Alhoewel u gaan verstaan, u vraag gaan verstaan, u moet dit met 'n bloe gewetensgewing voortolk en u kan antwoord in uw hoofdtaal. U moet maar net ontspan, asemhaal
And if there's anything, any question, anything that you don't understand, you just indicate.
As I enige vraag of enige iets wat onduidelijk is aan een verstaan, dan bied ik net mijn aandacht.
That's correct, my lord.
Dat is correct.
Thank you. Miss Lombard, tell us about Laurentia Lombard. Who is she? Where does she come from? Does she have children? Tell us about yourself.
Kan u verhoop sê wie Laurentia Lombard is? Kan u verhoop sê wie u is? Van uzelf, die kinders en waar u kom?
My lord, ik is Laurentia Lombard. Ik kom van Woesley. Ik kom van Woesley, Woesterse kant af. Ik heb 4 kinders. 2 kinders. Wacht. Sorry, my lord.
It's okay. I think.
I am Laurentia Lombard. I'm coming from Woesley, in the Worcester area.
I know you want to tell us a story. Unfortunately, it's going to go a bit slower. Let's do the following. You can break it up into short sentences. For example, you can say, I'm from Wolseley, and then you can say where it is, close to Worcester, etc. I have 4 children. These are their ages. You don't necessarily have to give their names. And give Mr. Blow the opportunity to proceed. I don't. You see, I'm making the same mistake as as you, and which I'm cautioning about because I'm talking over the interpreter.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, so let's all learn lessons and let's try and do better.
Ik is Laurentia Lombard. Ik kom van Woesley, Worcesterse kant, area.
I'm coming from Woesley, in the Worcester area.
Ik heb 4 kinders.
With 4 kids.
Maar nou die ongeluk is 2 in Woesley.
And this is stage 2 are in Worcester.
And the other 2 is in Eastern Cape, Pelapa.
The other 2 are in Eastern Cape and their father.
Maar die omstandigheden.
But the situation, my lord.
En ik zal er naar buiten getrekt.
I came to Saldanha Bay.
En verder aan heb ik in Saldanha Bay gebleven.
Further on, I stayed in Saldanha Bay.
Bij mijn broers zijn plek.
At my brother's house.
Verder aan heb ik een boyfriend ontmoet.
As we carried on, I met a boyfriend.
Verder aan heb ik bij hem gebleven.
Further on, I stayed with him.
En toen ons 2 kinderen samen gehad.
Then we had 2 kids together.
En verder aan heb ik in die drugs ingegaan.
Okay. Stop so bietjie. Stop so.
I became involved in drugs.
Remember, I'm going to sometimes stop you so you can just also have a look at me. I'm going to stop you sometimes just to clear up something. Eh?
Yes. So no one can create stop, but in one so no one
That's correct.
So, just give us an idea. When is it that you came to Saldanha Bay from Wolseley?
Kan u net vir die offering gee, wanneer sou u vanaf waar van kom na Saldanha Bay toe kom?
Ik heb af en toe Saldanha Bay terugkom, maar zoals ik mooi kan onthouden, dat was de laatste, was het 2017, wat ik Saldanha Bay getrekt.
I used to visit Saldanha Bay now and then, but I think in 2017 that's when I moved to Saldanha Bay.
And you say that you then met. Well, at first you stayed at your brother's place.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
In which area is that?
En wat gebied of area is dat?
You met You met a boyfriend and you moved in with him.
He said he would get on
Who is this boyfriend?
He doesn't care.
Sy naam is Ayanda Litoni.
His name is Ayanda
Litoni.
And in which area? Oh, well, we actually know. You don't know it, but we've actually been to this house. It's in Tsitsiratsitsi, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
And you say that you then had 2 children that you and Ayanda are the parents of.
That's correct.
That's right.
Those 2 children, what are their ages?
Die twee kinders se ouderdom is 2 jaar oud en die ander een is nou 3 jaar oud.
These 2 kids are 2 years of age and the other one now is 3 years.
That's correct, my lord.
And if I'm correct, the one is a boy and the one is a girl.
That's correct, my lord.
So we now know that all 3 the accused before court also lived in Saldanha. So let's see, when did you meet? Start with the first one. Let's start with Buddha, Jaconopolis. When did you meet him?
Buddha ken ek as 'n jaar.
I know Buddha for a year.
In the other one, Stefano, Kiali, ken ek as meer as 'n jaar. In
Kelly, I know him more than a year.
In vir Stefano, ken ek nie regtig, maar ek ken vir hom die as 6, 7 maande, 8 maande, ken ek vir Stefano.
I don't really know Stefano. I know him now for a period of between 6, 7, 8 months.
Want ek leer ken vir hom, want hy by Kawas vyande gehelp, by Kawas, dis rede hoe ek vir hom ken.
I came to know him because he was assisting Ayana at the Kawash. That's how I got to know him.
If you say he was assisting Ayanda, did he then continue to work there for Ayanda at his car wash?
As dit ons so steeds gehelp, het hy aangehouden om te werken bij de Kawash.
Nee, hy het net 'n dag of 2 of as hy miskien gejaag nodig het of hy sien Ayanda uit miskien by die werk, dan sal hy miskien Ayanda help by die werk.
No, my lord, maybe sometimes over a day or 2, or maybe when he needs money, or if Ayana is bored, then we can ask him to help.
And how did you get to know Buddha?
Hoe het het gekom dat u Buddha leer kennen?
Vir Buddha leer ken ek as Ayanda ook also drugs verkoop en hy was 'n drug dealer en Buddha het gekom en daar kom koop daar by ons en ek was die enige geweest wat vir Ayanda gehelp het drugs verkoop.
My lord, at the stage, Ayanda was a drug dealer. So Buddha would be a person who would now and then come and buy from Ayanda as a drug dealer.
Dis hoe ek vir Buddha leer ken het.
And would be assisting Ayanda to sell the drugs. That's how I came to know Buddha.
En ons het daar by kamers ook saam gaan koop en saam gaan rook.
And even we would go together to camps and buy together and smoke together.
Dis korrek, my lord. Dis hoe ek vir Boeta leer ken het.
That's how I learned to know Buddha.
And Kelly, how did you get to know her?
When we Kelly again,
Vir Kelly leer ken ek dieselfde soos ons het drugs verkoop, ons het saam gegaan by camps, ons het ons drugs by camps en Ayanda self drugs verkoop, dis hoe ek vir hulle ken.
it's the same that Ayana was selling drugs, and me and Kelly go together to camps and go buy drugs. That's how I came to learn to know Kelly.
Did you become friends with any of them?
Dis korrek, my lord.
With whom?
Met Boeta en met Kelly, ek sien Rea met Stefan nou in 'n company gesit het.
With Buddha and Kelly, my lord, I didn't really sit in the company with Stefano.
If you say that you became friends with Boeta and Kelly, just explain that. What do you mean? Would you visit one another? How did you interact with them?
As ik zei in de vraag met Buddha en Kelly, kan ik me overwegen hoe het zo gebeuren dat ik een elkaar gewassen of als ik het als ik en
As ek maar te koop het en ek het nie 'n lolly gehad het,
if I would buy myself a tip and I don't have a lolly,
dan gaan ek tot daar by Kelly sy huis
then I would go to Kelly's house.
en dan het ek gevra of sy nie miskien my lolly wil leen nie.
Then I would ask her to borrow me a lolly
For what?
to smoke.
En after dit het sy vir my gegee
And that's after that she would give it to me.
en dan het ek gerook en dan het ek saam met haar gerook en sometimes dan het ek vir Boeta ook gegee.
Then I would smoke with her. Sometimes I would also give Buddha.
Dis hoe ek bevriend geraak het saam met hulle en Fale leer ken het.
That's how I became friends with them and learned to know them.
Was this something that happened regularly? That you would go to their house and smoke there?
As dit wat so gebeur elke keer waar so na huis toe gaan en waar jy so gehoor.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Dis reg so eerlik.
Did they also come to your house?
Het hulle ook na die huis gegaan?
Sy het gekom na my huis toe altyd, maar ons het nooit by my huis gesit en ook reg, want Ayanda was sometimes baie streng geweest.
They would come to my house, my lord, but I wouldn't smoke in my house because I was very strict.
Maar as ek my eie tyd het en my eie lolly, dan ook ek in my huis en by Ayanda se plek.
But if I do have my own tip and my own lolly, I would smoke in the house at Ayanda's place.
En hy het daarvan geweet ek rook in sy plek in.
He knew that I would smoke inside his place.
You now told us about the fact that Ayanda was also selling drugs and you assisted in selling drugs. That stopped at a certain stage. Is that correct?
He had to say Ayanda had put with himself book and it's Ayanda. Obviously, started to stop.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you give us an indication when he stopped selling?
Can you tell of say when he stop at the book?
Ik kan nog niet erg nou verzeker is van, maar ik weet hoe hij het gestopt. Dat is in 2023, omtrent daar heeft hij gestopt.
I won't be able to give you precise, but I think in 2023, around there, that's when he stopped.
Van 2024 heeft hij niet meer drugs begonnen kopen.
Because in 2024, he wasn't selling any drugs.
So then you were buying your drugs from gums.
So that's okay, we also become school.
That's correct, my lord.
That's where
And I accept that you knew that there was a love relationship between Buddha and Kelly.
it's a lot that we also consider as a dragon Kelly.
That's correct, my lord.
So, we're going to go through what happened. I'm going to let you tell us the story in your own words. I want you to start at what happened on Sunday, the 18th of February, 2024. Okay?
Ons gaan nou na waar alles ons gebeur het. En die twee woorde die vraag moet nie net vertel wat ons gebeur het die Sondag. Dit is in 19 van February.
Miss Sonako?
Yes, my lord.
So you're going to break it up, the Sunday.
Yes.
Is there a lot that happened on the Monday according to the evidence that's going to be led?
My lord, this is quite lengthy. It's going to be in chapters Sunday first and then the Monday.
I would suggest if we go Sunday and we can complete Sunday, say by 1:45, then we break. Then we start with the Monday tomorrow morning rather.
My
so
lord.
that we don't break up the days. Unless you want to go Sunday morning, say lunchtime, then we break.
I will try to keep an eye on.
Because
on
remember,
my watch.
we have the arrangement to also
Yes.
give defense an
No,
opportunity.
indeed, my lord, indeed. Okay. So you can start Sunday morning, 18th of February.
Je kan begin zondagochtend 18 februari.
That's correct, my lord. De zondagochtend het ik opgestaan.
The Sunday morning I got out of bed.
Het ik mijn huiswerk gedaan bij de huis.
I did my home chores at my house.
En verder aan het ik kost gemaakt van mijn kinders en van Janda.
Further on, I prepared food for my kids and for Ayana.
En verder aan kom ik terug, ga ik naar Kawas toe.
After that, I came back, I went to the car wash.
En verder aan is op mijn huis.
Wait.
Just even wait.
Ja, stadig. Okay. You prepare food
Hier was voorbereid
for you and Ayanda.
voor mezelf en Ayana.
I'm sorry, for the kids. My apologies. For the kids and Ayanda. Sorry. Was Ayanda at home that time of the morning?
Ayanda was bij Kawas geweest.
He was at the car wash.
Okay, so you say you prepare food for him. How does he get his food?
He is hier kost gemaakt voor hem. Hoe krijg je dus die kost?
Ik heb de kost klaargemaakt, toen ga ik van die kost Kawas toe.
I finished preparing the food. Then I took some of the food to the car wash.
And then you came back to your house.
That's correct, my lord.
Now the food for the kids?
Daar was niet kost voor de kinders geweest, daar was net kost voor Ayanda geweest.
There was no food for the kids, there was only food for Ayanda.
So what did you do?
Verder aan heb ik omgegaan naar Kelly's huis, toen heb ik kinderen samenvat.
Then I went to Kelly's house, taking the children with me.
En verder aan zie ik hoe ik aan het kanaal staan, een vierde bakje, een bakje in het.
On the other side of the canal, then I noticed a bakkie standing.
Okay, stop there.
Did she say speerderbakkie?
Speerderbakkie, yes.
Yes.
Yes, my lord, I will deal with it. If you say you go around to Kelly's house, what do you mean? How do you go?
Just one moment.
Yeah. The witness didn't say I went around. The witness's word. State is leading subtly. The witness's words with father. And I wrote in English, I went with children to Kelly's house. The state is saying I went around.
I also wrote went around.
Yeah, the word around was not in English.
I wrote went around to Kelly's house, took the children with me. But let's clarify that.
Can I just ask,
because
can I just ask the witness to slow it down, because I realize I'm now listening to the English translation because she's rushing with Afrikaans.
Okay.
Thank you, Mama.
Yeah. Just take it a bit slower. Let's go back to you now return from the car wash. Start there again and try and a little bit slower if you can.
That's correct, my lord.
So you came back from the car wash, took the food to Ayanda, and then?
Toe vat ek met twee kinders, gaan ek om na Kelly se huis toe by die keer by die rondse, by die rondse.
Then I took my two kids going to Ayanda's house. I went past this rocks.
She went to Kelly's house.
That's correct.
Interpreted, went to Ayanda's house. I heard Ayanda.
Then I went to Kelly's house. I went past the rocks.
Now just stop there. The witness used the Afrikaans word om. Toe gaan ek om na Kelly says. Now, that can be translated, I went around. It can be translated, I went to, subject to how you speak. But we now know she went to Kelly's house, whether you use the word around or not. And she went past the rocks. Now, you may or may not be aware, Miss Lombard, that we visited the area. So we know where Kelly's house was. We know where the rocks were, and they still are. And we know where your house is. And we know that your door faces away from the rocks if one would look from the rocks. Now, the route to Kelly's house, there's sort of a fence behind your house. We saw the wires there. And there's a little footpath going that goes past the rocks to Kelly's place.
That's correct, my lord.
Did it also look like that at the time when you were there in 2024?
That's correct, my lord.
I'm saying this to you so that maybe you can explain with reference to certain points. We also know where the canal runs. Good. Yes, thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
As the court pleases, my lord. So, when you say you went na Kelly's huis, when you went to Kelly's house, you're saying you went past the rocks?
Yes.
Maybe you can now, in light of the explanation that the Honourable Court has just given you, just explain the road that you followed, how you got there.
Hier het gesê die is na Kelly's huis. Die hof het vriend verweet in verband met 'n rotse en die baie het nou van verweten water rigting.
Achterom by Ayanda, achterom.
Die eind met die bed, eind Ayanda.
Die pad aan die agterkant verby die rotsklippe, daar achterom gaan ek na Kelly's huis toe.
That footpath between the eind Ayanda past the roads to Kelly's house.
Yes.
Now you also said that as you were now walking to the house, you saw a vehicle. Where did you?
Malone. Apologize. This witness, I did not hear that she spoke anything about any vehicle yet. She's still walking towards.
You might not have heard Mr. Armson, but I did.
I didn't hear that.
The last time I checked, a Bucky's vehicle.
Yes, the Bucky is. But not any
She
other
spoke about a detective Bucky, a spearder's Bucky. Now, Bucky is a vehicle. I'm going to check this afternoon whether my Bucky is a vehicle. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Court, please, my lord.
You know, Ms. Swanepoel, because we're going back and forth, that's where the confusion comes in. I'm going to ask you, structure the evidence. Let's adjourn now. We rushed it this afternoon. Then maybe, because you can still consult with the witness, work out a structure so that we follow it step by step tomorrow. And maybe the strategy should be that it's a question and answer. Because if the witness is going to tell the story, you always would want to go back, and then my notes look like a fruit salad. Because now I have to go back to a previous paragraph and quickly fill in some missing information. You would have noticed, maybe if you did, I'm trying to write down verbatim as the witness testifies, but I also break it up in numbers, and it makes it difficult. Don't stress about it now. We've pushed it this afternoon, and maybe we'll do better by taking a deep breath, all of us. And tomorrow, if I can ask for us to ensure that the witness's voice is amplified so that counsel can hear. Because I can hear it, maybe counsel didn't hear, because I saw two of them jump up. And let's try and stick to the wording used by the witness or the interpreter, because we spoke about the Bucky, and the next time when you rephrase the question, you spoke about the vehicle, and then I saw some activity to my right. So let's not misunderstand each other. It's an important witness. If it's a 204 witness, let's structure it so that we might have a continuum for the day. You now know you might want to take a step back when we come back in the morning and we push the day, and then you can decide. I've indicated that First prize is, if we can sit through, but it might be very tiring, that we take little short breaks tomorrow. To a point, we take a break, you can plan it, you can structure it, and everybody can come back refreshed in the morning. Will that suit everyone?
As the court pleases, ma'am.
Let me just quickly hear, are you still going to speak to the accused this afternoon, or are they in the morning? Mr. Adamson?
My Lord, I will speak to the accused, my accused this afternoon, but not for a long time.
Okay. Then to all three of the defense counsel, if you can just liaise with the SAPS officials insofar as it relates to this afternoon, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, just make those arrangements so that you know that there's no misunderstanding.
Thank you, my Lord. But further than that, I will stick to our agreement in chambers that we consult after 1 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you, my Lord.
I know you're going to consult tomorrow afternoon, but if you need a little bit of time this afternoon, just tell the SAPS officials. If you want to see them in the morning, just make arrangements with them so that they know they're traveling, etc.
I'll do
And
so.
then
Thank you, my Lord.
I also want defense counsel to advise me tomorrow about whether you need any assistance on the weekend with consultation so that I can make the necessary rulings or endorse the J7s so that you don't have difficulty if you want to go and consult. Think through it, let me know tomorrow so that I can make the necessary endorsements. You don't have to answer me now. Right. Mr. Apollos, 9 o'clock, court will start. You might be brought earlier, subject to your counsel's request, all three of you. Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn, Malmesbury Correctional Center, Ms. Smith, Langebaan SAPS. I've already, Mr. Dowries, I've already signed the warrants, so they are available. I don't have to warn the witness is brought here in the morning. I expect that we might have a full house tomorrow. So to the members of the public, you know it's going to be full, and you know that the numbers are limited. You know the drill, how it happened on the first day. I'm not going to say you have to queue from before daylight. If you want a seat, I suspect the house is going to be full, to ensure that you have a space. To the SAPS officials, I suspect you know by now who the family members of the accused are, or people with a particular interest, so that the necessary arrangements are just made so that you don't exclude people that need to be in the room. Thank you. Court adjourned.